What's up, crew? My bad. Sorry. I was just wrapping up the spaces right now. I'm gonna get the link posted in the top of the chat. How we doing? How we doing? Let me share my screen for you. Share. Bing bop. There we go. All right, Mr. NQ. It's a big day. It's a big day. Give me 1 second. I need to make this tweet because I didn't have it made earlier, unfortunately. I need to throw some music on for y'all too. A little bit of that. It's at a good volume already. Perfect. And then KO, I'll get to your question. Just give me 1 second. All right. Perfecto. That's going in spaces. We are good. All right, y'all. What's up, Nancy? KO said, on a regular day, no FOMC, how rare are double IB breaks? On a regular day, it's pretty rare. You're not going to see double IB breaks too often. It's about 23% of the time, I believe it is, give or take a little bit. On FOMC days, you got to expect it to happen. This is when it happens, you know. So, let me get Will the link. Will, I didn't send you the link. I'll make sure you have that right now. It's actually just the same link as yesterday. So, but yeah, given edge-full data, it's about a 23% chance on NQ specifically that we see a double IB break every single day. But FOMC days and just days like this, you gotta you got to think a little bit differently, right? You got to expect that to maybe come into play. Might not be able to join. I'm on a plane. No worries, Will. You're all good. Just wanted to make sure you had the link just in case you hop on later or something. I'm going to close out the spaces real quick. Just last chime in. All right, for everybody that's still on the spaces, I put the YouTube link up top. We are live. I got my chart. Oh, Emp just popped in as well. I'm sharing my screen so everybody can see. We're going to get things rolling with FOMC here in about 50 minutes. So we're just hanging out, watching the charts until that comes into play. Obviously, Jerome Powell is speaking at 2:30 p.m. Eastern, and then it's going to get real fun. So we'll see everybody there. Get on the YouTube if you want the real-time stream. If you, for some reason, want to watch with a delay, then that's fine. You know, stay on X. We're still live on X, but you're going to be watching with a delay during a high volatility event. Probably not the best thing. So get over on the YouTube. We'll see everybody there. Make sure you guys are, talking in the chat, liking and subscribing. And we'll be back on Spaces tomorrow. So peace out, guys. All right, YouTube stream. All my attention is to you guys now. What's up, Em?
What's cracking?
Rizzo's popping in too. Let's go.
Great day.
It's a great day.
One of the best. South Korea. What a place. Great country. Wow, I said, what a country. Nice enough to be here.
You think we're going to new week opening gap or new all-time high off FOMC? I mean, I want to see the new week opening gap get tested, but to be honest, that's yeah, both. If we drop and fill new week opening gap, that's 750 points lower. That's a big ass move, and I don't know if we see that happen now. I would love for it to happen, but like I can't really just predict that. But I mean, sure, it definitely could. But we're obviously much closer to all-time highs.
Most of you know I don't trade FOMC.
Yeah, I don't really trade FOMC either. It's very rare you catch me trading it. So I'm likely going to kick back and maybe crack a brew. And
I know a lot of these degens are going to trade it. If you are,
yeah,
just go. Okay, use code Wolf. Go get your prop firm account. Don't risk a bunch of your own money. Get an eval. Just trade on eval. If you have to trade it, why? I mean, if you're good at it, you're good at it. Like and I respect that. But
yeah,
98% of you have no real edge and are not going to consistently make money trading binary event like this. Use code Wolf. Go buy you a cheap prop firm account. You know, maybe lotto that. Try to pass it or something. Like risk $50 or $100 or something. You know, like to buy a lottery ticket that way.
Agreed. So much better.
The percentage of no cut is about.
You want to see? Here.
2.2%, I think, is the last I saw. What's it down to? What's that say?
This is October, 2.2%.
Yeah. Click on the one on the left. Click on probabilities. It's like the third option down. There you go. Yeah, you see, so like the top one is for today, and then you can kind of see the projections. The interesting thing is when you look at the projections here, and then you can see, like, depending what they say, if there's any commentary, you know, what do the odds look like for the next? Because there's what, 2 meetings or 1 meeting left after this in December.
Yeah, December's it, and then
yeah. Nancy, there is a it's not options, but it's like leverage, like for like equity that we just learned about the other day. It was actually kind of interesting. Trade the pool. So we I don't know a whole lot about them, so I'm still learning. That's why we bring them on to learn and find out. But they're coming on tomorrow, actually, Nancy, for on Spaces. Should make sure you tune in. And a couple of the people that trade over there with them are coming on too, so we can ask some good questions.
Too, I hope you guys didn't forget. We got earnings, baby. Oh, it's going to be a hectic afternoon, Em.
My biggest position reports today in my portfolio. I don't know if I've posted that.
Nancy doesn't partake in the leverage ETFs too much. I like them, honestly. It's just, but I also trade them.
I like them for
I like
certain.
swing
I like
trade
them for certain, like swing type of moves or around earnings and stuff. That's where I like them. But
Yeah.
I'm saying like from the prop firm perspective, the options prop firm is a really hard thing. They've been trying.
It's difficult.
They've been trying to get that for a while. It's there's so much data and stuff involved. I
Yeah,
talked
it's
to
a
some
whole
people that were
thing.
trying to develop it. It's a extremely difficult hoops to jump through. Jordan.
Top guy mogging crazy. Let's go there.
Let's go, white girl winner.
Homie. White girl winner. Oh gosh.
Jordy did what
Homie
every
knows
white
what
girl at my
mogging
high
is.
school
That's
used to
crazy.
do.
What's up?
I said you did what every white girl in my high school used to do. Go brunette for the winner.
For the winner, yeah. Exactly. That's what my mom used to do.
No, I'm just so glad I have a new chair that actually like rolls.
Yeah, you probably feel it probably feels really good, huh?
I can
You can like move around and shit.
Oh yeah, dude. I've been playing it to the ground for a year and a half.
Look at how smooth I can swoop back and just like.
That's how we should start the streams from now on and just
Well,
like
hello there, sir.
just slide in.
Why
Like
is
they
it
used to
difficult
do
for
on,
options prop firms? Is it because the win rate is way higher for options and they lose more money? No, I would think
No,
I would think the
actually-
customer, if we had an options
not
prop
that,
firm, the
it's the
customer
opposite.
would lose more
Nancy,
money.
it's-
Yeah, opposite.
It's the
completely.
opposite. There's actually
That would be a moneymaker
way-
for prop firms, to be
no,
honest.
it's like 90% of options are not profitable, and people get people get wrecked on options.
Yeah.
New color alert. What did I miss?
I think he's talking about my hair.
Oh, Nancy, yeah, no, it's definitely options are way. It's way harder than futures, just in general to trade. But it's like there's so much more data and strikes, and there's so much more stuff that they would have to build out, and then the regulatory stuff is like really, really interesting.
That's the real issue. They could probably build everything out. The issue is.
No, you got to think about how much data that is. So instead of
yeah, it's a lot. You got to have
like-
all the Greeks for everything, all the volume, all the implied volatility.
the amount you got to think. So like if you're doing futures is one thing, right? Because there's only so many futures contracts out there or whatever.
And it's how much a futures contract is worth. That's it.
But what you have to think. So think about how many futures contracts there are. There's one for each quarter for each ticker. And if you think about like the individual stocks, like that this trade the pool has figured out, they're basically they're having to get data so that you can trade. What is it like? 600? I'm sorry, like 6,000 different stocks tickers. But for each stock ticker, there's an options chain. And for each options chain expiration, there is a strike and another strike and another strike, puts and calls both. You have to realize how exponential that amount of data would do. Tommy, go ahead, build it out. Let's build business here. I know there's 2 or 3 out there that have tried it, but I have not heard like any good like regulatory approval, solid foundations, but business models, all this stuff. I just have not been reassured that it's a like viable product yet. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Rizzo, are you looking for a dump on SPY today?
Who has that?
Melt Up. It's right there on the screen.
Her dump. I love the name.
That's a good name.
I do like the name. Melt Up is great.
It's a great name.
Today, yes.
This is the
Today,
only
yes.
potential trade I had.
The only position I'm in is short MNQs. There's 50 of them from 275 and 300.
It's based on like the last 2 weeks that like consolidated inside of that previous week. We reached the standard deviation extension today at the very exact high on
Did we?
NDX. See, I want to see how that looks like on your screen. So if you do,
What do you want me to do?
let
NDX?
me make it bigger. Go to NDX.
Okay.
And if you, so like that high that you have marked there with the line.
Yep.
Wait, is this daily?
This is a
a
4 hour?
4
Daily?
hour. Yeah. So it's that big candle from last Friday or 2 Fridays ago, whatever.
Mhm.
That candle, if you measure that out into standard deviation up, like
If I do the whole
minus-
candle, mine's bigger. But this -1 is here.
So when I do that candle
But I can show
on
you.
when I do that candle on NDX, one range is what are you showing as your high of day for NDX?
My high
The,
day on that
182?
Friday shows 195.28.
No, today.
I'm on log charts. 182.10.
And then, but that number one you have is higher.
Yeah.
Mine's at 183, and we hit
negative
182.
If I wonder if I do this. No, that doesn't really change it. Log charts. I don't know, but I can show you.
If you measure that candle, it's like 988 points.
What does that look like?
Yeah. If you just use your straight up measure tool, it'll work.
Yeah.
Or like a normal fib retracement.
So the way I would have marked this is just because like on the 4 hour, this is the leg. This is the candle that like manipulated the lows. So I would just mark this candle, and then -2 to -2.5 is your potential reversal zones. That's right after all-time highs. And then your full target becomes -4, which is basically what we just tapped into yesterday. And now today we're like slightly above that. I had that same thing on gold, which.
So it looks the same on the weekly for me too. If I do the weekly candle, it's the total range. Like I use the fib retracement tool, but it's the total range of 988 points of that week from October 6th to the 13th. And then if you take that, then we had an inside week, and then if you take the breakout, one standard deviation, so just one equal range above, we went to 986 points. So within 2 points of the exact standard deviation is what I'm seeing right where we stop.
Gosh, we've come so far.
A little volatility here. Didn't hear any headlines.
Yeah, gold freaking just blew past my final standard deviation target. I'm actually back testing it right now. It's freaking ridiculous. Let me go through some individuals here. Apple. It's holding. That structure doesn't look very healthy though. Seeing all this price action just get ran through like that, completely like shifting structure here. Unless we end up just respecting all this here. TSLA.
I saw a headline a while ago that I saw a headline that like Microsoft was having issues with their servers. I think AWS maybe was too.
Not good. What is wrong with my screen over here? Excuse me. Have you ever seen this before? Hell's going on? Reloading. There we go. Also, oh, there it is. Did we take out London on ES? We ended up doing it, yeah. We haven't taken out any Asia levels. We still have New York session low from yesterday.
I'm probably not trading anything, to be honest, Nancy. I mean, I think the risk is downside for like a shock, but I don't think you're going to get a shock.
No one wants to
makes
get
sense.
short with me. Puts. Long puts.
Yeah, that's probably the trade, but you almost gotta put like limits in or just be ready.
No, if anything, I think everyone should be just in puts. Like, well, depends. I'm still fully leveraged in my portfolio, so
Holy shit, Brandon.
What? What happened?
Where's Brandon at? Brandon, I saw you in the chat. I just checked my DMs. Were those 190 NVIDIA calls that I called out on here last Friday? He was still holding them.
Thoughts on all recent layoffs being announced? I mean, it just doesn't affect my trading in any way. Doesn't matter. I know it's
Did you
like
hear me
it's an issue.
about Brandon?
No, what do you do again?
So you remember those 190 NVIDIA calls from last Friday that I took on the stream?
Yes.
Brandon was still holding them.
Savage.
Dude.
Savage.
Dude. I want to know what those were off. I guarantee, I mean, they're November 7th, 240%. Is that what this says?
W Brando in the
God.
chat. W Brando.
I'm not gonna, unless he wants to share, I'll leave it alone, but the rest of it, but
yeah.
Brandon made a freaking bag.
Let's go, Brando.
I think I had this Friday's. I think he went out a week further, but I think I had this Friday's. I bet those things are take, dude.
Wow.
I took profit at like I can't remember. I took profit. It was like 100 something percent. I bet those weeklies, the ones that expire this Friday that I had, are just through the roof. Somebody's long. Our man 30-30's long.
But long. Only long opportunity I saw today was at this breaker block. As soon as we broke over it, risking like these lows here.
Oh, I just looked at the other. Oh my god! He sent it to me.
Oh boy.
918%. You see these, Jordan? You see these?
Yeah.
These hands of mine made
Butterfingers. Those Butterfingers, yeah.
Charmin. Paper hands. Like toilet paper hands over here. God.
Jordan, are you changing your username from kid to adult in your 30s? You know, I'm thinking I change my name when I have a kid, and we go from Ace the kid to Ace the dad.
Ace the father.
Ace the father. And yeah, that'll be it. Or I just stay Ace the kid till I'm gray and old. I don't know. I don't know what the move is there, but we'll figure it out. Holy W's. Holy W. Ace pops. Papa Ace. Ace the king. I like this. Papa Ace trades.
I did do a little digging from my question earlier since somebody answered me. The 10 p.m. Eastern time, so 10 p.m. tonight Eastern time, is Trump and President Xi meeting in South Korea.
Oh boy.
According to the official White House schedule.
Fatherly Ace. Insane glazing on Ace. I love the glaze.
I watched Trump. I watched Trump.
You know who loves the glaze? Trump loves the glaze, bro.
Dude, no, I got to. It was. I don't know what time it was. I was given a bottle or whatever, and It's probably like 1 a.m. my time, maybe something like that, 3 a.m. Eastern market time. And I look and Trump is live, like his welcome ceremony thing over in South Korea. Dude, I've never seen anybody glaze themselves so hard.
Bro,
Dude, that guy is the king of glazing himself.
I've
It's
done
all
it
I can think
all.
about.
I am the best.
8 wars, I've ended them. We have peace. 3,000 years in the Middle East. No peace. I got it done.
I
That
got
was
it
a
done.
direct quote. That's a direct quote. He said,
Direct quote.
he said 3,000 years in the Middle East. And I'm the one that got it done. That was literally what he said.
That's fucking hilarious. What's the indicator on the right? Everybody loves the big
That's
candle
a sick
indicator
indicator.
that I have on the right. Everybody loves it. It's just go to TradingView, go to indicators. It's 100% free. Type in HTF power of 3. I should get a freaking affiliate code for this or something.
Yeah, for real.
Honestly,
no, it's a sick indicator.
if
HTF
anybody
power
knows
of
2
3.
degrees, no, I need Lux Algo to make one.
So that call options, what you're talking about, it is available. That's what he's showing to you right now. And really, what it like, I need to add this to my chart honestly, because this is such a like you can see what the bigger, and I know it goes in Jordan's style. Like,
You can choose whatever
it's
time
super
frame you
important.
want, but I trade the 4-hour candlestick. Like that's the move I'm trying to capture.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So,
saying.
yeah.
I would actually love to have like like on my 5-minute chart, have the 15-minute chart there. I flip back and forth. I would love
Yeah.
to see like what's the 15-minute candle look like to
Boom.
go with the 5-minute, like on a reversal type of look or something
Now
like that.
this is a 15-minute candle.
On a what time frame are you on? 1?
I'm on a 5-1.
But
This is a
yeah,
15-minute candle now.
So like I look at this right here, and if you're looking at just the 5-minute, you may think, oh, this looks like a reversal.
Yeah.
And then you look over the 15-minute candle, and you're like, okay, we got a full body down candle right now. Like maybe not. Like I feel like that could keep me out of trouble a couple times.
For sure. Absolutely.
B plus, what's up over on the X channel? B plus, hey y'all, ready for FOMC?
Yes, sir. We are.
Dovish. Look, here's my prediction. Data dependent. We have no data right now.
We have no
dual
data.
mandate. We have a dual mandate. There's no data right now. I'm not going to comment on any politics. It's not the Fed's job. Most of us agreed that 25 basis point cut was correct.
This right
And,
here. This is exactly how it's going to
Go
go.
meeting by meeting.
Meeting by meeting. Yep. Every time.
Data dependent. Dual mandate.
And now
I am really curious what he says. I
I
am really curious what he says about the data though, because like literally
Yeah.
data dependent, yet there's no data. Like
Exactly.
that's the most interesting piece here.
It's going to be weird.
Damn, Rizzo. Rizzo's gonna make me degen over here. So one thing that I was told yesterday is his January, he only has one meeting left technically as the Fed chair. So his term goes through May of 2026, but as a Fed chair, it's January is what I was told yesterday. I've not verified that information, but from one of our panelists that, hey, smart guy, checks into a lot of things. I like to double check everything. So I'm putting that asterisk beside this comment. But I was told that starting in January, he will no longer be the Fed chair. His term as a Fed governor or whatever will end May of 2026. Oh, I gotta do.
What puts am I in? The 630 puts, 0 DTs. We're up 20%.
Are they trying to push lows here? Oh, Jordan. Why you have your screen up there?
What's up? Sorry.
Why do you have your screen up there?
What you need? I'm here. Oh, I got you.
Go to the go take a look.
6:30
Bang.
puts are crazy. Oh, 6:30 QQQ, not freaking SPY. Yeah, I'm not that freaking crazy. Come on.
437 investors now, baby. Let's go.
Yeah. A lot of people. It's actually officially trending over there on Republic. That link's in the chat. I was just talking about it earlier, so in case it got lost in the transition anywhere. And some of you guys, I know, just join us on stream. You haven't been around the space as much, so Prospero that we've been talking about a lot. I'm still excited about getting to like interact with it. I didn't realize that George and them were building that piece out. Like it's going to be a trading tool where you can actually talk to it. Hey, who's going to benefit from nuclear energy? And it'll like give you a basket of stocks, and you can sort by like the one with the best AI readings and stuff. Like, okay. Catalyst trading just got more interesting. But yeah, honestly, Jordan, I just wanted you to see the progress there. 37
I know
hours
it. Well,
left.
because last night yesterday we just hit 400, and so to have 37 new active investors in the last 24 hours is huge. So shout out to the crew.
Yeah,
I'll take that off the screen.
There you
And
go.
remember, guys, after this 37 hours is up, you'll never hear us talk about this investment again. We gotta get it on your
we've been
radar.
talking about it for a while. I mean, we're excited about it, and like, I know I don't know if you did, Jordan, but I got several messages of people just kind of asking some more questions about it. And so for those people that, yeah, it's not one of those things like you just dive in head first, right? You do a little research and stuff on those type of things, and if it fits you, it fits you. Not a recommendation, of course. It's just, hey, the opportunity's here. And I know some people were like, hey, I'm going to do some more research on it, and I'm just like, okay, well, in case somebody wasn't around the last week or so tuning in for Powell today, and they're like, oh yeah, I forgot to dig in. Well, you've got 37 hours left. So what's up, Eva? When you send Eva a link. I don't know if we got one over to her. We do need to hit up Retta, Jordan.
Who?
Retta? We need to ask him how
From Aries?
how Aries is doing. Yeah.
My investment's up.
Hey, that's good.
I'm
That's
up
good
on
news.
it.
I'm just curious, like last update I heard, we had him on like back in the spring, I guess, at some point.
Mhm.
The last update, they were like getting regulatory approval, like with
Yeah, we need to
NYSE
have a
and
chat
stuff.
with him, see what's going on.
But I would love to hear about that.
Yeah, because I have
Again.
a decent amount of money locked up in there. I try and forget about it. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean that's the goal. I mean that's the goal,
fake.
right? You
it's not real. It's just an opportunity. The money's not real. I tried to make myself believe that as much as possible. That's why you choose an amount that's just like, hey, I don't care about this. That's what I did, and I really believe in the project. And same as Prospero here, because I know shit enough of these that I I position myself in with like good companies I actually believe in. One of them's got to hit in the next, I don't care when it happens, as long as it happens in my lifetime. These are just opportunities I'm trying to set myself up for the future, you know. If it's there, I want to take it. And if it pays out, pays out. If I'm part of something cool, part of like a cool experience, that's awesome. And if it doesn't work out, then it doesn't work out. It's all right. The money I put in, I've written off. When is FOMC? In about 25 minutes, just under. 2 p.m. Eastern, we'll get the numbers. 2:30 p.m. Eastern, we'll get Powell speaking, which I'll bring up on the screen here, and we can watch live.
If we can get 050, 070 on NQ, I don't mind being a buyer down there.
Like normally, you literally get a new high of day and a new low of day both. Sometimes twice.
Give me a new low a day and then let's go see high a day.
Certain question for you. Also, Eva popping up here. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Analysis on JD.
You're right.
Check that.
Good evening. I just had dinner.
I mean, JD is just stuck in this weekly spot, but bullish as long as you're holding this area. I marked this out and charted it before. If you're holding this monthly spot, I expect us to trade back to these highs. You lose this 29.71, things are going to start to get rough, in my opinion. So you got to hold that 29.71, and you want to see us continue to try and trade higher on a lower time frame. It looks like we've just been struggling with consolidation here. But I mean, actively running through bearish spots, trying to seek out all these highs. I think things are looking decent. It's just on this kind of, I know it's a daily chart, but it's a lower time frame than the weekly. It's just you're in this consolidation, this kind of choppier price action. So that's why I'm on such a bigger time frame, kind of listening to that.
Screw China is my take on it. America
Screw
number
China.
one, baby.
Yeah, well, here's what I have on the bigger time frame
Hey,
too.
yo.
That isn't good. When I look at a yearly, is we're clearly running through this right now, and if we don't reclaim 3680, it's going to be a problem for JD. I know that's a giant time frame, but it's relevant.
I would have confluence with K-Web on that as well, being your big China tech ETF. That'd be a good ETF to use in conjunction with JD.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all ready for Mr. Fed? Mr. Powell?
Oh, yeah. Always ready. What the heck?
Where y'all from? Where are we from? Where do we
I'm
live?
from California. And I am in California.
I'm from Joma. Joe Mama's house. Nah.
I knew you were doing some shit like that.
No, I'm from Arkansas and I live in Central Mexico.
Yeah. Big up.
Let's see. Where are you guys from in the chat? Drop it in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Drop
drop it
in
in
the
the
chat
chat.
where you're from.
Where you
Jordan up in the
from?
hills.
Where you from? I can't sing the rest of that lyric. Jordan up in the hills. The hills have eyes, if you guys didn't know.
Oh, you're freaking funny today.
I don't know if this is LA or Louisiana. Could be either one. We got Florida. We
We got
got
Serrano up in the Bay
Ontario,
Area.
Canada. Yeah, I just want to say until the World Series is over, I'm not a fan of any Canadians right now.
Yeah, screw the Dodgers, man.
Thank you.
Rizzo lives in LA and hates the Dodgers.
Yes. Yeah.
Rizzo doesn't even support an LA team though, so
No.
let's just be real
I'll
here.
support Lakers. That's about it.
Oh, shout out
Look,
to the Hawaiians.
Rizzo's team isn't even from his city, and they still moved away from him. Probably got closer, honestly. Let's see. We got New York. We got Nebraska, Detroit. What up, Detroit? The Bay. Okay.
Damn, man, it's from
Bay.
Flint, Michigan.
Oh, we got people in the X chat over here too.
You say
Where-
Flint, Michigan? No way. Flint?
Tejas,
Damn.
Texas.
Where's RMC Mike at, bro? Stockton and Manteca, is that near you? Where's Stockton? Oh, that's
Who else do we have?
it's a little
Oh,
bit north.
Wait,
I'm a little
Zizou
more
Zidane?
towards LA. That's like San Francisco.
Sweden.
Sweden. Let's
We
go.
got Sweden in the
Oh.
chat. Vun Mardu. Jagmar Bra. Tak. Look at that. You didn't know Swedish was going to come out on this stream today. How about that?
Hasadu.
Lithuania. Let's go. My friend is Lithuanian.
Jagmar Bra Akdu. East Tennessee.
Originally Oxnard.
Okay.
Jordan might know where that's at. Of course I know the Nard, bro. Are you kidding
Where's
me?
the Nard?
My dad grew up in
Poland.
East-
Oxnard, in Port Hueneme, actually. He was a surfer boy that grew up in Port Hueneme.
Oh, you guys are way ahead of me in the chat. I'm trying to catch up here. East of Dallas is what I'm on. East of Dallas right here. Where are you at? Rockwall? Longview? Where are you at over there? East of Dallas? Greenville?
My man said
Used to
the
drive
Nard, bro. That's hilarious.
Hawaii? We got Hawaii out here?
Oh no.
What island? We didn't even know what island. We got Houston, H-Town. You guys said Flint a while ago by way of Detroit. I like how Rosilla answered this. Flint by way of Detroit. That is the correct way to answer where you're from and where you currently live. Oh, there we go. We got another one. New York by way of Texas. Okay. Orlando in the chat. I see multiple New Yorks. Multiple New York. Shout out to all the New York people. F the Dodgers. Okay. Well, some of you
Yeah.
guys are on board with that. St. Louis. Okay. STL.
If you were saying
Little
go
Arch
Blue
out there in
Jays.
St. Louis. Michigan. Georgia. Georgia.
Oh, Oahu.
Kenya?
I love it. Kenya, nice. It's late over there.
Ventura. There you go. You've probably already said some of these. I see Ventura in the
Let's
chat.
go. Shout out Ventura.
I'm
Let's
from
go. Live
Canada
on
and
the boat.
agree with you. Okay, Nancy. Yeah. Okay. Evan didn't know how to answer where he's from, but he did give the stream a like, so we'll give that a pass.
Yeah,
Evan's
don't
wearing a
forget
leather
to
jacket right now.
like and subscribe on the channel. Hit that notification bell if you love these live streams that we do in the afternoons.
Jordan, did you hit this one? I'm catching up, chat. We're catching up.
Yes, I'm not
Okay.
near Stockton. It's a little too
Oh,
north.
Maine. I did not think we were going to have a Maine on the bingo card today. There we go. We got Maine. We got Montreal. Oh, all right. Evan did get us. Here we go. Long Island, New York. Tanzania. I don't believe you. but also if that's true, awesome.
That is
Tanzania. We had that one on GeoGuessr the other day.
We got Manila, Philippines. Shout out to the
Oh,
Asia.
Rizzo,
Wow,
when
it
you
is
left,
late.
Rizzo, when you left on Friday, me and Evan were on a deep dive. I found that exact street, and we got the bullseye.
That was a fun one.
It was Kansas. All right, Dorothy, we're gonna click
Cincinnati.
those hills together. South Texas beach living via NYC. There we go. Kevin surfs Oxnard all the time. Oh, Greenville. I nailed that east of Dallas. There we go.
Armenia.
I don't
met
know
a
this
girl
one.
from Armenia this weekend.
All right, I'm catching up here. Oahu. We got a Long Island. Yeah, I used to live in Fort Worth, Michael. So I drove through back and forth from Arkansas to Fort Worth all the time. Y'all ever been to St. Louis? Yeah, I've been to St. Louis, the Dirty Lou. Tell you what, if you ever go to St. Louis, you got to go to the Anheuser-Busch factory. You get a tour of the entire factory. They've got Clydesdales there and everything, and then at the end they give you 2 fresh tapped beers. It's for free. It's amazing. Georgia State in the house. What up? Originally from Flint. Oh, Manila. Shout out Manila in the chat. Okay, Chirac. King Buck is out in Chirac. That's the correct pronunciation of this. Chirac. NorCal, Armenia. I feel like NorCal, like I'm still learning California. Jordan's kind of helping me out, and Rizzo. NorCal, I feel like can mean so much though, because there's people
Yeah.
like
NorCal is like anything
Bay
I would
Area, no.
say above like Pismo and
Up-
above. I don't know. What would you
Pismo,
say?
yeah.
Rizzo? It's like Pismo and above basically is NorCal.
I would say that too.
If you're getting into it more.
that's I like Stockton.
I'm right in the
Chico.
middle. I'm like
Does Tahoe count? Does Tahoe count as NorCal? I don't know. NorCal's just
yeah, I would say it's more NorCal than SoCal.
I count that as
Okay,
Nevada at that point.
But yeah, it could be
Okay,
Nevada
touche.
as well.
Dallas, Texas by Love Field. All right. Little Southwest Airlines flying over your house over there. Love Field. Shout out to the D. What up, Doe? Got more Detroit. Detroit, Cincinnati, Ohio. Okay, we hadn't had an Ohio yet. Armenia. Let's go. DC. What up, DC? Confirm that. Okay, there we go. Evan's gonna be back to GeoGuessr.
Sorry, I tried to mute. I didn't get to it
Cincy?
quick enough.
Ecuador, Avalon. Ecuador, ¿en qué parte? ¿En qué parte, amigo? Ahí por Guayaquil. ¿Las montañas o la playa? Tú dime. New Mexico, Taiwan. Oh, New Mexico. Todd's over in Vallarta. Let's go. I
Oh,
love Vallarta. Are you down by Malecon, or are you up in Nueva Vallarta, where all the resorts and stuff are? That new water park or like theme park they built out in Vallarta is sick. Tanzania was Cap. I knew it. Braden. Of course. Of course. BC, Canada. All right. Well, I wouldn't have admitted Canada either. Oh, London. There you go, Eva.
Well, there you go. Shout out to my UK London peeps.
Yeah.
Hope you went to the
Who's your
Tradify
team?
event.
Who's your team, Harry? Who are you? Who are you?
Don't listen to that guy. He's a bit of a weirdo.
I know where Cooper is, actually. I have my friend married a girl that's from Paris, and they live in like New Braunfels, like actually over
In
that
between
direction.
Commerce and Paris.
North Mexico. That could mean a lot of things. That's bigger than North Cal.
Yeah, right?
Bud Light is Midwest water. I love this. I see Georgia. Well, I'm trying to catch up with all you guys. You guys are crushing it right here, just north of Boston. Okay, we got Boston area, Bay Area, Fargo, North Dakota. And it was Guayaquil. Look at that. Ahí está, Sabalón. Bienvenidos. Gracias por estar aquí. Norway, Rhode Island, Lake Vermilion, Minnesota, Central Coast, California. I got to open up the space for Evan. I love how Evan communicates to me through the YouTube chat. 'Cause that's where my attention's at, guys. My attention's on chat and the stream here. Let me get this open for Evanito. All right. Montanita, Ecuador. Okay. All right, hold on. We're catching back up. We got 9 minutes until that data comes out, by the way. So, all right. Got to have it all set up. All right, let's go. Let's get back to it. Did you ever use Duolingo to learn? I didn't actually. I did download Duolingo, but I started looking at it for like some French and stuff. Manchester United is the only right answer. Okay. Imp, do you know about San Miguel de Allende? San Miguel de Allende is 45 minutes from my house. So yes, one of my closest friends down here he lives over there. Actually, he has a house here and over there. But he lives over there, and we go out there at least once or twice a year. Not more often. I mean, it's just a beautiful place. Beautiful. It's all a bunch of Canadians over there, actually. San Miguel de Allende. A ton of Canadians. Rizzo, are they going to rug this? Harry did
Great
give the right
question.
answer. Harry did give the
Live
right
in
answer.
London, but I'm
Yeah,
from.
let's a Rizzo. Let's a Rizzo. Rizzo, you're the quant here. My quantitative. His name's Yang. Actually, my quantitative. Rizzo, are they gonna rug this?
I
So
hope
we'll-
so.
They're
It's gonna be
probably
hard for me to
back
get
up.
involved if they don't.
Oh, Surf Trader. Let's go. San Diego. His name's Surf Trader, and he's in San Diego. That is perfect. What part of San Diego, sir? Encinitas? Calgary, Alberta. There you go, Brett. The old Calgary
So-
Stampede.
Got a lot of Canadians here.
Evan is a bot, apparently.
Evan is a bot.
Look, B. Serrano, he says SPX going to 7K. That's actually not too crazy of a target for today.
Yeah, we're nearly there.
I'm from
From
London.
London.
Any one of you trade from New York?
There's a lot of New York traders here. In the chat.
Bunch of New York.
That's 6 minutes.
Any
So this
thoughts
drops.
on Sir?
Amp, I'm gonna be right back. You want to share your screen? Just so
Yeah,
mine's not
let's-
frozen.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I got
You're
you.
good. Frankie's up here.
Hey, boys.
What's up, Frankie?
Hey, Frankie.
Getting ready. See what we got.
I'm getting some stuff ready here for us.
Was able to secure some trades. Good stuff. Thoughts on serve PA.
You go ahead and knock that out.
Yeah, I'll knock this out real quick and just kind of take a look. Serve's been on a grind for sure. In a higher time frame, I definitely still like it. You're getting delivery from this bigger spot here, which is nice, which obviously we want to go seek these highs. On the slower time frame, though, you've ran into some resistance from this gap, which I think is an issue. So really, I mean, you want to clear back over this 1632, in my opinion, to really get some confidence in going back to these highs. And then you want to clear this gap to have some confidence to get back to these highs, in my opinion. So that's my thoughts there. Looking really good. Bigger time frame, slower time frame might keep you from getting to some of those highs. Throw your screen up there. There we go. Oh, the Surons, electric dirt bikes. Oh yeah, I've ridden those a few times. Some of my buddies got them. I'll be back.
Yeah. We'll catch up here with the rest of the chat. We'll put Frank up here on the screen for now. Raj is from Stratford, London. What are the chances of encountering cartels? Very, very low. Very low. My next move, San Miguel de Allende. If you come to San Miguel de Allende, let me know. Shoot me a DM. We'll grab some tacos, a couple Modelos or something. We'll get it going. Wapbender tried to come see me. The farmers blocked the roads. They did clear it out yesterday. I was looking at it last night. At least between here and Mexico City. There used to be ass chiefs. Lincolnshire.
Lincolnshire, shout out. You live in San Diego.
Now
you
in
abandoned
San
us.
Diego, Denver. Okay. What's
Smart
up,
man.
legends? Oh, love from Jamaica. Actually, big shout out to Jamaica. Hope everyone in Jamaica is doing well. Thoughts and prayers down to Jamaica. Big hurricane down there. Hope everything's well for you, Frankie.
Yeah, stay safe
Oh,
out
another
there,
San
guys.
Diego. Joe, what you're upstate? I've been to flew into Albany and drove up to like Lake Placid, Wilmington, Whiteface Mountain. Been up there. Not good service in Jamaica. Yeah, or my buddy out there, he said he was barely getting cell phone service. Oh, we got Manhattan, we got Brooklyn, Bushwick. Frank, are you short? Is the question in the chat.
All right.
Right.
Time to turn
You
off
there?
the music and focus. Let's go.
No position, guys.
Yeah, I'll hear you.
I'm flat everything.
I got
Alright,
my
let's
little
go.
scalps in and I'm good. Or my one little scalp.
What do we got? 2 minutes.
Yeah, Wapbender was trying to come see me and farmers were like protesting and blocked some of the roads. Kingston got cooked, but your side was good, Frankie. Well, I'm glad you're good, Frankie. Rizzo's favorite stock, Hims, lost all its gains. What's going on? I told you guys that Hims looked terrible. Hims looks
What'd they do?
absolutely terrible. Wait for it to hit the 200 day. It's right here. It's almost at the 200 day.
Is that your pink line?
Oh, Solana Beach. There you go. Encinitas. Right just south of it. You guys didn't know. That's why I'm good at GeoGuessr.
I know. Tune in on
Live
Fridays if
Encinitas.
you guys like to play some games with us. After market.
All right, we got just a couple seconds here.
Let's see.
I'm gonna pull up this chart for a second.
Oh, no. Sure, yeah. His first words. Good afternoon, guys.
Well, let's see what we get.
All right, I've got the squawker fired up.
Fired up. Fired up.
10 seconds, 8 seconds.
Bum, bum, bum. Show me the money.
Fed lowers rate 0.25.
Yep.
4% confirmed.
Yep.
Talk about volatility.
And 2 for the Fed
Gold
fund
is-
rate action.
Mirroring down.
Schmidt dissented. Somebody wanted 2. Probably Moran. Roll maturing treasuries back in market into T-bills. All right, here's the market popping up just a bit here. Let me dig through some of that information that just got screamed in my ear. Schmidt dissented in favor of no rate change. Moran dissented in favor of a half-point cut. So he's the Trump appointee, of course. Fed says it will stop shrinking balance sheet on December the 1st. IWM's pushing towards new high. I'm just checking to see if there's any other pieces.
try to short this on some MNQs. Oh shit.
Maple Stacks is here. Let's go. What's up, Maple?
Yo, good
What's
afternoon.
up? Good afternoon.
All right, just because of the screen real estate, we've got Maple here, we've got Eva here, we've got Frankie here. You'll hear their voices, but if I put too many people's like boxes up here, it makes the charts a little bit smaller. But they're here. You can hear their voices. We appreciate them being here as well.
Okay, I'm short of 60, risking 80.
Gold just whipsawed. Should be careful, guys.
Gold's bid.
Yep, gold getting a nice little pump here. I almost said good morning, Maple, but it's afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So used to saying good morning, Maple.
I know, man. Took it easy.
It's been a thing for a while.
Looking a little range bound. I'm watching this VWAP on SPY. I think this is the tell all. If we maintain a close beneath it, we could see that continuation, maybe 10-minute 200, 687.36. Short-term target.
Seeing some big
And
red
then,
candles get new low of day
Take some
coming in.
Covers into the 20s if I can. If they let me.
Whoa, I got it. So we play the spooky Halloween music.
Yeah, right.
What I wonder what this sounds like.
If we lose 210, it's not going to be good for that 226 support.
Spooky.
Ooh.
Not very spooky.
There you go. Nice and subtle.
Yeah, just a little subtle ahead of Jerome. It actually kind of fits. This is like Jerome Powell music right here.
I know, right?
Sorry, guys. I know a lot of you were hitting up the chat there. We had to get that information out, of course. We'll have 25 minutes here until we get
Press conference.
press conference with Jerome Powell. If I see our friend Jennifer that was on Spaces with us the other day, she's in there asking a question typically from Yahoo Finance, the one that put out the big quantum report the other day.
Stock chart stays asking can Rizzo change his name to Rugged Rizzo?
Rugged. I haven't heard Frank give me a good rugged lately.
No, miss those days.
And look at what I'm saying.
I haven't moved
Right,
and stopped, but I only covered 1 of 4.
IWM coming down pretty hard here. Let me start jumping around looking at some of these things. Just pretty IWM wicked the high of day, pushing down pretty quickly here, back under 250. Bonds TLT making a new low as well. I wonder our rates must be going up. TNX, yes. 10 years back over 4. Nothing too crazy. Dollar getting bid as well. Dollar, that's interesting. Okay, now gold is coming back down. Gold flirting
Yeah.
with this 4,000 level.
It's just in a range. I mean, the real move certainly happens during after a press conference, really. So.
Guys, if you don't see a purple tie and you don't hear the words good afternoon,
Run.
just short everything. Short everything. Those are like the two keys.
Let's run a poll. What color
I added
tie?
a little bit to my short there at 40, at 240. Got my average down to 250 now. Long shorts, I guess, up to 250. My stop at 280 still.
'81. I see your comment up here. San Miguel Alto. Jalisco is a little different. It depends how much you can stay on the federal highways over there, but it's not near as bad as you think. And if you're American, you're fine. Oh, Westchester. Okay. Point Loma gang. Friend of mine grew up. Oh, Zacatecas. Bro, Zacatecas, they throw some awesome parties. What's up, Tesla groupie? If it's an orange tie, buy Bitcoin, Colin. That's,
I like that.
like that. I'm just gonna take all these indicators off because I don't think they mean a whole lot just at the moment. Can always throw them back on. All right. Decent little sweep. Look, we made a new low of day. Let's see if we can make a new high of day. All of this. Powell's not even speaking yet.
This is going to be interesting.
You have not missed much yet.
All mortgage-backed securities principal payments into treasury bills as of December 1st. Did you hear that? Did you say that part, Frank? The Fed's going to conclude aggregate balance sheet drawdown on December 1st, and they will reinvest all mortgage-backed securities payments into treasuries, to T-bills. Yeah, IWM not doing a whole lot here.
Still completely within value of today. Someone who's bidding the crap out of these 30s and 40s.
Let's go, Evan. 300 live concurrent GG. Let's go, baby. Share it out to everybody. Make sure you guys are liking and subscribing. See, we'll get Jerome Powell coming out in about 20 minutes. Amp, I don't know if you can throw that up or you want me to throw that up, but either way, we're gonna have
I'm
it
gonna
live
get
for
pulled up.
everybody.
Yeah, I'm working on it right now. We'll play
You're
it
good.
live with. I'll get it played
I think
live
on
here
X
with
is probably
audio.
best, or YouTube.
Now for Drum Powell, there's
Or
about
they have
3
the-
different streams, and the fastest one is usually the Federal Reserve one on
Fed one,
YouTube,
yeah.
not the website. But I always pull up like all 3 of them and figure out which one's the fastest, and then get that up. So we got about 15, 16 minutes. I'll get that pulled up. I may have to go get my supplies here. Where is Knots? I think he said he had to do something.
It's a great question.
All the incoming Top Step coupons. Other than
As
Top Step,
AWS go down.
other than Top Step, even if like Apex is Wolf X. All the other ones, it's down in the description on YouTube. Use code Wolf. Be like, if you're gonna trade this, like I said earlier, if you're just joining, if you're gonna trade this, don't risk your own money. If you're gonna buy a lotto ticket, go buy an eval account for cheap, get 60% off or whatever, $50 account or something, and trade on that. Why risk your own money? Even Rizzo's trading on a prop right now. I guarantee. Are you short in your main account too?
Yeah, both MNQs and NQs.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the Top Step one I got stopped out of, and I can't focus on that right now.
Mapes usually waits for Powell to speak. Yeah, once again, if you're just joining in, I see the numbers going up. If you're just joining in, Maple Stacks is here, Eva's here, Frank is here as well. There's only just so many like spots that we can put people on up here. So if you hear,
I'm here too. Just give me a
Jordy's
second.
here. Jordy's here. I didn't say your name because your box is still up here on the screen, but input the new spec. No, I just have blue light glasses on. I have two different pairs. I have like the orange, like whatever, the amber ones that like, and then I have some clear ones. I don't know. I sit here in front of the 5 bright monitors all day. I figured I needed to protect my eyes a little bit. All right, let's see. Not much going on.
No,
To be
sir.
expected. I am watching like some of the names that are reporting this week. Some of these Mag 7. Amazon's kind of rolling over towards the lows, which is interesting. Tesla's not doing anything. Apple's been pushing up. So those are the two that report tomorrow. The ones that report today, Google's still up near the highs, still in this kind of uptrend. Microsoft went down in the morning, has gone literally straight sideways, and Meta is kind of looking like it wants to test the lows out here. So IWM back down to VWAP, push down, still above IV high.
But not Netflix. Fighting.
Is Hood down? Are you talking about the stock or the like platform?
Give me 190. 30 points lower.
190, dude. Go for much lower than that. Breaks 200, it should hit like 185 down to 160s.
Yeah,
Fill the gap. Your gap fill in NDX is 160.
Yeah, it's got to take out this 210.
I don't want a long till we're down in the 60s.
Like 50, take it down 50 points, fill the gap.
I'll take it down 120. No, 160 points.
Well, if you want to fill all the gaps.
No, we'll leave the one.
What if it goes down 1,000 points, dude?
We'll leave the Monday to Tuesday gap. In that case, my puts will save my ass. And my MNQ shorts. Those I don't plan to cover. God, like, do we take it to low a day and then like no one wants to sell?
They're all waiting. 13 minutes. 13 minutes.
I'm long in queue. 10-minute risk.
There we go. We got a long in queue call out from Mr. Maple Stacks. TLT has been pushing down. It's the 10-year push. Yep. 10-year's still hanging out up there. It's fine. Here's in queue. Oh.
And it's back to my average again.
17-point gain in queue. Sold half.
Oh. Nice trade, Mapes.
Thank you, sir. I
Going
also
back
took some
to
SPY
Orblue.
689 calls. I'm gonna risk low day area.
Let me start getting some things pulled up here. Like and subscribe to the Federal Reserve channel on YouTube. Here's what's currently going on. Obviously, they're waiting on him. 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10-minute warning. 10 minutes remaining in the first period. All right, Brian says you fade the initial reaction on SPY, and once the rates are given out, you play the opposite when he speaks. This is what Knott's posted last time. Not financial advice. Tell you what, Maple's got a pretty good strategy. Knott's does it. Knott's and Maple both have done a really good job kind of like building a little mini strategy around trading days like today. That's why Maple didn't even show up in the morning. He's like, all right, tea time in the morning today instead of the afternoon. Maple, did you play 18 this morning?
Hey, I slept in and got a little bento box, man. It was a good morning. So
Oh, there you go.
yeah, just taking it easy. We'll see though. I think definitely real move shows itself after 2:30, and we get a little bit more sentiment from this conference.
It's that Q&A is really what gets moving here. All right, Jordy, I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'm gonna go stock up real fast.
Bet, brother.
Gotta get ready.
All right, ladies and gents, we got 8 minutes. Oh, I'm just gonna stock up on some brewskis. I got 1 Modelo in the fridge and 1 Corona. Which one should I drink first? I think the Modelo, but curious what the chat thinks. Modelo. I was thinking the same. Jordan, make a Sora video where Powell comes on wearing 2 ties. Okay, hold on. Dude, I made a Sora video. Bro. Bro, you would love this biomass. It's freaking me walking a dog, and then it stands up and randomly like pulls out a gun and starts shooting it randomly. And then drops the gun and starts throwing up gang signs. Oh, it's bad. Dark hair, Jordy, or the lighting? Oh, it's definitely not the lighting, brother. I dyed my hair. It's definitely not the lighting. It's not black, but it's like
I
a
told you, it's
chocolate
white girl
brown.
winter.
It's white girl winter, bro. Didn't you know?
Let's go.
Summer we
Cheers
go
to that.
blonde. Winter we go dark. We go brunette. That's how it works.
White girl winter.
Make a video of you asking Powell questions at the meeting. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to make a video for Prospero, but hold on. Okay. Jordan Lee.
Dude, Pacificos are really good. I like the Pacifico Clara.
I don't know if it'll do that, but I'll try.
Are we arguing over Modelo and Corona right now in the chat? Because
I have 1 Modelo and 1 Corona in the fridge, and I'm just trying to figure out which one I should drink first.
I have
Probably the
one.
Modelo.
I have another one. Another one.
Oh, bro. This video is good.
That's the groupies got you, bro.
Oh, shit. You should come to my salon for me to color your hair.
She didn't say for free, but I'm saying she would do it for free because she's a homie.
Damn. Next time, Tesla groupie. Next time. Maybe I go straight black next time. Jet black.
Gold's at the lows.
There are 5 minutes before the news conference begins.
Does the carpet match the drapes? They do now.
Alright, it should kick in. Unless there's a very flat one, I'll be very surprised.
I'm actually getting to the point where my eyebrows probably need to be dyed again because the blonde's growing through. Do your best Italian impression. Boy. I can't do that. I can do other impressions.
He's like,
Italian,
"Mamma
though, is
mia."
like, I don't have that in me, I feel like.
Rizzo can do a good Italian impression.
Bada bing,
And
bada
by
boom.
impression,
Like,
I
don't
mean he can do
fucking know.
You could do a real one.
Mozzarella.
Look, you
Are we
take your fingers
shorting?
and touch your thumb.
I believe Rizzo's still short.
Ciao bella.
Ciao bella, eh? All right, hold on. Sora, okay, content violation on Jerome Powell because of Jerome Powell. They won't do that shit.
Oh.
You got a content violation on that?
Yeah, because it's like, yeah, they won't do that. It's all, yeah, it's weird. Everybody should go to my timeline in a few seconds.
I'm not trying to cover this for like 20 points here.
Where's my link? Everybody should go to my
Powell's
timeline.
nervous
I
and
just
puking in
posted
the
a very
bathroom.
funny Sora AI video. And
All right, this Rambler, this is the funniest thing I've seen today.
what if Pal is nervous and puking in the
Until I watch your
bathroom?
video, this will be the funniest thing.
A bit of stage fright. Break a leg.
There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom spaghetti.
I just posted a video of me, a Sora AI video of me trick-or-treating. You're probably going to want to go watch it.
Dude, can you imagine if Powell walked out with a beer in his head and was just like, I don't fucking know.
Dude,
Oh
that
my
would
God.
break the internet, bro. It would break the entire internet.
The market would sell.
The market Oh, no, the market would rip. 100%. No, the
Oh,
market rips
maybe?
on anything, Eva.
Whoa.
Everybody would be like, he just came out with a beer. Bye. Long the
He
American
was like,
markets.
I don't know anymore about the rates, guys.
All right, you guys ready?
All right, 1 minute. Dun, dun, dun. Trump
I do
shows
have
up.
audio on this as well. I'm just waiting.
If you're long, good scale is going to be a VWAP London orb low break 259.
Right back to my goddamn average again.
Give me a quick volume check, please.
I can't hear the conference yet. Oh, wait.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, you're good.
My colleagues and
gonna
I
get stopped
remain
at
squarely
280.
focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American. Although some important federal government data have been delayed due to the shutdown, the public and private sector data that have remained available suggest that the outlook for employment and inflation has not changed much since our meeting in September. Conditions in the labor market appear to be gradually cooling, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals and in light of the balance of risks to employment and inflation, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by a 1/4 percentage point. We also decided to conclude the reduction of our aggregate securities holdings as of December 1. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. GDP rose at a 1.6% pace in the first half of the year, down from 2.4% last year. Data available prior to the shutdown show that growth in economic activity may be on a somewhat further trajectory than expected.
I'm short gold,
primarily
10-minute risk.
reflecting stronger consumer spending. Business investment in equipment and intangibles has continued to expand, while activity in the housing sector remains weak. The shutdown of the federal government will weigh on economic activity while it persists, but these effects should reverse after the shutdown ends. In the labor market, the unemployment rate remained relatively low through August. Job gains have slowed significantly since earlier in the year. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Although official employment data for September are delayed, available evidence suggests that both layoffs and hiring remain low, and that both households' perceptions of job availability and firms' perceptions of hiring difficulty
70s,
continue
80s
to
next.
decline. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen in recent months. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative
Does this
to our
have to rotate all the way
2%
back to
longer-run goal.
300? I'm removing my buy
Estimates
stops at
based on the
300. I
Consumer
don't
Price
think
Index suggest that
it's
total
worth longing up
PCE
there.
prices
If
rose
anything, you long down
2.8%
here.
Yo, where the fuck is
Coming out.
Charles?
September,
Where the
and
fuck
that,
is Charles?
excluding the volatile food
You know,
and energy
man, I've been
categories,
trying to play this
core
fucking
PCE prices
Monopoly
rose
game,
2.8%
right?
as
McDonald's. Oh, fuck, my
well. These
bad, dude.
readings are higher than earlier in the year.
Oh,
as
you're good,
inflation
Mapes.
for goods has picked up.
I thought you were giving us the rundown on that.
My bad,
Disinflation
dude.
appears to be
Sorry.
continuing for services.
I was
Near-term
talking
I
to my
thought he
friend.
was playing
inflation
Monopoly
Like
expectations
what?
have
Gold.
No, dude, I
balance over the
can't
course of
get
this
these
year on
pieces, and I'm like, man, it
tariffs
must be on some weird
as
food or
reflected
something. Like, 'cause he eats a fillet of
survey-based
fish,
measures.
and I'm like, so he's
Beyond
probably
the
got
next
all the
year
pieces
or
I
two,
need.
Or
But,
so, however,
I don't know.
most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and
All right. I'm gonna
stable
stop that into
prices for the American
280s.
people. At today's meeting, the
I
target
am
range for the federal
flat. I'm
funds
holding my
quarter percentage
MNQ
point
short.
to 3
Might not have a
3/4 to
stop at
4%.
400 on those. I don't
Higher tariffs are pushing up prices in some categories of goods,
think I'm gonna
resulting
stay
in higher
flat unless
overall
we can.
inflation. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation will be
I
relatively
can't long it
short-lived,
here.
a one-time shift in the price level.
I still think it's a
But it
short
is
up
also
against
possible that the
300.
inflationary effects could instead be more
Okay, I'm gonna
persistent,
put the size back
and
on.
that is a risk to be assessed and managed. Our obligation is to ensure that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. In the near term, risk tilted to the upside and risks to the downside. A challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals. Our framework calls for us to take a balanced approach in promoting both sides of our dual mandate. With downside risks to employment having increased in recent months, the balance of
Here,
risks
I'm
has
flat,
shifted.
35 points here.
Accordingly, we
And
judged
Q.
it appropriate at this meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance. With today's decision, we remain well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We continue to face two-sided risks. In the committee's discussion,
There
What
we
an
go.
exit. No.
strongly
Look at gold, though.
All right.
Beautiful.
I just
15
covered
point gain
both
gold,
sides.
covered half.
a further reduction in the policy
Whoa.
rate
Oh
at
my
the
god,
December
100 points on
is not a
30
foregone
lots.
conclusion.
Asia Low got
Far from
grabbed.
it.
Oh,
Policy
fuck.
is not on a preset course.
Another cut in December is far
Holy
assured, is what he
We
said
also
there.
decided to conclude the reduction of our aggregate securities holdings as of December 1. Our long-stated plan has been
Oh.
to stop balance sheet runoff when
You are
reserves
such a
are
low.
Guys, if you
above
shorted
levels
gold,
judged consistent
short
with
green,
ample
cover
reserve
red.
conditions.
I think we got
Signs
75
have
here.
clearly emerged that we have reached that standard. In money markets, repo rates have moved up relative to our administered
Already.
rates, and we have
Oh, it
seen
was a little bit of a rage
pressures
short.
on selected
the size,
dates,
but-
along with more use of our facility. In addition,
the L on the
effective
SPY
federal funds
calls.
rate has begun to move up relative to the rate of interest on reserve balances. These developments are what we expected to see as the size of our balance sheet declined and warrant today's decision to cease runoff. Over the 3.5 years that we've been shrinking our balance sheet, our
22-point
securities
gain
holdings
gold.
have declined by
Covered a
2.2
quarter.
as a share of nominal GDP.
Oh,
Our balance sheet
they're
has fallen from
rugging hard.
35% to about 21%. In December, we'll enter the
May or
next
may not have
phase of
there.
plans by holding the size of our balance sheet steady for a time, while reserve balances continue to move gradually lower as other non-reserve liabilities, such as currency, keep growing. We will continue to allow agency securities to run off our balance sheet, and will reinvest the proceeds from those securities in Treasury bills, furthering progress toward a portfolio consisting primarily of Treasury securities. This reinvestment strategy will also help move the weighted average maturity of our portfolio closer to that of the outstanding stock of Treasury securities,
Get filled,
thus furthering the
like
normalization of the
80s?
composition of our balance
80s,
sheet.
I'll cover all of them, and I'm gonna try a
The
long
Fed has been assigned
into 050
two goals for
to
monetary policy:
060s.
maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting our maximum employment, bringing our inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all of us. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Powell, are you uncomfortable with how market pricing has assumed a rate cut is a foregone conclusion at your next meeting?
Well, as I just mentioned,
QQQ.
a further reduction in the policy rate at the December meeting is not a foregone conclusion, as I've just said. So I would say that that needs to be taken on board. We had, I would just say this, 19 participants on the committee.
gonna cover the rest of my
Everyone works
short,
very hard at this and
150
takes their
points.
obligations to serve the American people very seriously. And at a time when we have tension between our two goals, we have, strong views across the committee. And as I mentioned, they were strongly different.
Okay, no, I probably need to call it a day, but I'm willing to leave my bids
views
that I had
today.
lower.
And the takeaway from
It's a
that
6
is
lot,
that we haven't made a
50s,
decision about December.
70.
And, we're going to be looking at the data that we have, how that affects the outlook and the balance of risks. And
Short
just
NQ,
say
3-minute risk.
You and
Looking
some
for
of
bill
your colleagues
breaker.
Framed last month and maybe today, I won't put words in your mouth, there's a risk management
Let's go 20 on
exercise.
those.
At what point do you conclude that you've taken out enough
All right, I'm
insurance? Are
scaling
you looking
here.
for some kind of improvement
That's 40 points,
in the
covered
outlook?
half.
Or could this unfold along the lines of last year, where you made a sequence of adjustments and then waited to gather more information?
so the way I've been thinking about it is the risks to the two goals. For a very long time, the risk was clearly our inflation. And then that has changed now. And as we saw particularly after the July meeting, we saw the downward
Gold,
revisions in
30
job
points
creation.
right here.
We saw a very different picture of
Dumping.
the labor market, and suggested that there were higher downside risks to the labor market than we had thought. And that suggested that policy, which we had been holding at a I would say modestly, others people would say moderately restrictive
Crypto's
level,
getting smoked.
need to
Bitcoin
move
just
more in
lost
the
110.
direction over time of neutral. If the two goals are sort of equally at risk, then you ought to be at neutral, because one of them's calling for you to hike and one of them's calling for you to cut.
All
So
right.
if that got back into balance, then you'd want to be roughly at neutral. It was a
filled.
risk management. And I would say the same about
Filled
today.
at
It's
060 and
sort of the same logic.
070.
But as I mentioned, going forward is a different thing.
Yeah, I'm long now.
I'm Claire Jones, Financial Times. Thank you
Yeah,
for taking this
70 is
question.
for now.
We've
Two
just
more
heard
at
from you
050.
that the discussion in December and the conclusion of the discussion is not a foregone conclusion. I'd like to just dig into that about what sort of arguments were brought up. Was there any consideration, for instance, of the investment we're seeing in AI and some of the generation
just
of
goes much
household
lower.
rises in stock prices related to-
26K looks
I
like
think
it.
we're going another 100 points lower.
You know, I wouldn't say
Oh
that's
yeah.
that's a fact.
There we
Wow,
are.
we're
There's
drilling.
70 points on
I
NQ.
wouldn't say it's
We're just
That's the
drilling.
the next
I don't
gap
think for
falls
anybody.
80 more
You know,
or 100 points
I
lower
guess I
from
would
right
say
here.
it this way. Once again, I would just point out that we have the situation where the risks are to the upside for inflation and to the downside for employment. We have one tool.
She
You
sounds
can't
like
do
you.
both of those. You can't address both at once. You've got a very different situation. So you have some people have different forecasts, right? So they'll
Wait, what?
they'll forecast faster or slower progress on one or the other. And they
ET7
also
in the
have
chat
different
said
levels
that,
of
that
risk
the lady that
over
asked
The
the question.
reporter.
some will be more
Yeah,
averse to
Financial Times reporter.
inflation overruns,
I
and some will be
flattened
more
most of my
averse to
QQQ puts here at
underruns of employment.
150%.
And so you put that together, and as you can see
No,
from the
I'm just
S&P and
long
from the public
some
discussion that goes
NQ,
on
still
between
short
the meetings when
MNQs from
participants go out
270s,
and talk, they're
280s.
very disparate views.
You
And they
think?
were reflected in strongly differing views in today's meeting, as I pointed out in my remarks.
If
that's
it
what
goes,
leads
just
me
let
to
it
say
go.
that
This is
we
like the only
haven't
place
made a
I'm willing to
decision
try it.
about
Otherwise,
this-
like,
about December. You know, I always say that.
give
is
us a
fact that
gap down
we don't make
to.
decisions in
give
advance,
us
but this
the-
is, I'm saying something in addition here, is
She doesn't
that
sound
it's
like
not
me
to
just
be
because
seen as
she's
a
a Brit.
foregone
Down into
conclusion.
the
In fact,
weekend
far
gap.
Can I just ask a
I'd be
quick
okay with
follow-up
it.
on QT? How much of the fund impressions
very
we've seen in
nasally.
money markets are related to the US Treasury issuing more
The
short-term
money markets and the
debt?
treasury.
You know, that could be one of the factors, but the reality is we've seen, you know, the things that we've seen, higher repo rates and federal funds rate moving up. These are the very things that that we look for. We actually
All right,
have a
36-point gain,
framework
gold.
for
I'm
looking at,
flat.
you know,
GG.
what that's we're trying to reach. What we
She
said
sounds
for a
nothing
long
like
time
me.
now is that
She's
when
very
we,
nasally.
feel like we're a bit above what we consider a level that's ample, that we
She
would
also looks
freeze the
nothing
size
like
of the
you.
balance sheet. Of course, reserves will continue
Definitely
to decline from
looks
that point
nothing
forward as
whatsoever. Definitely
non-reserve
not a cousin.
liabilities
Very
grow.
distant of a
So
distant.
this happened, some
I'm
things
tempted
have
to
been
long
happening
this if it
for
gets
some
over
time
PP.
now, showing a gradual tightening in money market
115.
conditions. Really,
Can
in
we
the
get
last, call it,
135?
3
There we
weeks
go.
or
All right.
so, you've seen more significant
Nice
tightening,
scalp.
and I think a clear assessment that,
Beautiful
half of
that we're
it
at
there.
a good place. The other thing is,
Down to
you know,
3 lots, and I'll throw
the
stop
balance sheet
at
is
break
shrinking at a
even.
very,
All right, flat
very
remainder
slow
again,
pace
too
yeah.
now.
short. Can we
We've
trade?
reduced it by half twice, and
I
so
didn't
there's
tell my
not
channel.
a lot of benefit
Hope
to
you're
be,
NVC.
you know, to be holding on to get the last few dollars, because, you know, again, the balance sheets, the reserves are going to continue to shrink as non-reserves grow. So, you know, there was support on the committee as we thought at it to go ahead with this and announce effective December 1 that we will be, you know, freezing the size of the balance sheet. And the December 1 date gives the markets a little bit of time to adapt.
May have trimmed my puts a little bit too soon.
Thank you, Colby Smith with the New York Times. So much of the rationale for cutting interest rates, even as inflation moves away from the 2% target, seems to be, you know, that there are these mounting downside risks to the labor market. But if those don't materialize and the labor market either stabilizes around current employment levels or even starts to strengthen somewhat, how would that change your perception of how much interest rates need to fall from here? Would you then be a bit more concerned about underlying inflation and the possibility of second round effects from tariffs?
Yeah, I mean, in principle, if you were to see data that suggested that the labor market's strengthening or even that it's stabilizing,
Yes,
you know, that
looks
would
like it
certainly
gets
play
stopped.
into our decisions going forward. So,
Nope,
and we do
not
have,
quite.
you know, we get some data. The labor market is a place where we get, for example, we get the state level data on initial claims, which are sending a sort of a signal of more of the same. We also get, you know, job openings. And we'll get lots of survey data. We'll get the beige book and things like that. So we'll have a picture of what's going on in the labor market.
Razzie saw
And, you know,
Colby
the
Smith
fact
and
that
said she's pretty.
We're not seeing an uptick in claims or a downtick really in openings suggests that you're seeing maybe continued gradual cooling, but nothing more than that. So that does give you some comfort.
Shutdown lasts a while longer and you don't have that data in hand. I'm just wondering how that hinders the committee to assess the state of the labor market and make the right policy decisions, and also how much is that factoring to about December?
Yeah. So, you know, we get like I mentioned what we get in the labor area. We get some data in the inflation, some data in economic activity. And we'll have a picture of what's going on. We also will have the beige book again. I would say we're not going to be able to have the detailed feel of things. But I think if there were a significant or material change in the economy one way or another, I think we'd pick that up through this. So in terms of how it might affect December, it's really hard to say. December's, the meeting's, I guess, 6 weeks away. We just don't know what we're going to get. If there is a very high level of uncertainty, then that could be an argument in favor of
So that's
caution.
either your low
We'll
a
have to
day
see
or we
how
go
it unfolds.
significantly lower.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, can you characterize the meeting in terms of, you said strongly differing views. Was this a close call, this cut, or was it a close call maybe the other way? Because you had dissents on both sides. Thanks.
Is your anchored view up
So
on
I
the
was
sell-off
referring
too?
to the discussion
Puts them
about
off into the
to the
130s.
extent it related to December. You saw we had
This is going to make
two
earnings a
dissents,
little bit more dicey.
one for 50 and one for no cut. So, that was a solid vote in favor of this cut. The strongly differing views were really about the future. What does that look like? And I think people are saying, they're noticing stronger economic activity. Forecasters generally, broadly, have raised their economic growth forecasts for this year and next year, in some cases quite materially.
Doesn't
In the meantime,
look
we
strong
see
off the low
a labor
though.
market that's kind of, I don't want to say stable, but it's not clearly in motion. It's not clearly declining.
It definitely doesn't look like it's
It may
gonna
be just
bottom.
continuing to gradually cool. And again, people have different forecasts and expectations about the economy and different risk tolerances. And so there's you read the SEP, you read the speeches, there are differing views on the committee, and to the point
Falls
where
off
where
a
I said what I
cliff,
said.
I will
Just to follow up on the
walk
balance
away,
sheet,
call it a day,
if you
come back
stop
end of
it,
day, and I'll
the
cover some of
runoff
my
now,
MNQ
does that mean you
shorts.
have to go back to actually adding assets sometime next year so that the balance sheet doesn't shrink as a percent of GDP and become a tightening factor?
So you're right. The place we'll be on December 1 is that the size of the balance sheet is frozen. And as mortgage-backed securities mature, we'll reinvest those in Treasury bills, which will foster both a more Treasury balance sheet and also a shorter duration. So that's what. In the meantime, if you freeze the size of the balance sheet, the non-reserve liabilities, currency, for example, they're going to continue to grow organically. And because the size of the balance sheet is frozen, you have further shrinkage in reserves. And reserves is the thing that we're managing that has to be ample. That'll happen for a time, but not a tremendous time. We don't know exactly how long. But at a certain point, you'll want reserves to start gradually growing to keep up with the size of the banking system and the size of the economy. So we'll be adding reserves at a certain point, and that's the last point. Even then, we didn't make decisions about this today, but we did talk today about the composition of the
Short
balance
and
sheet.
Q,
There's a
bill breaker,
desire
high
that
risk.
that the balance
3
sheet
minute.
be right now it's got a lot more duration than the outstanding universe of Treasury securities. And we want to move to a place where we're closer to that duration. That'll take some time. We haven't made a decision about the ultimate endpoint, but we all agree that we want to move more in the direction of a balance sheet that more closely reflects the outstanding Treasuries, and that means a shorter duration balance sheet. Now, this is something that's going to take a long time and move very, very gradually. I don't think you'll notice it in market conditions, but that's the direction of things.
Janelle.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. How are officials interpreting the latest CPI report? So some components came
little
in lower
pop.
than expected, but core inflation was still at 3%. So at this moment, what are you learning about the drivers? And also, do you view that the risks are greater that the Fed makes a mistake on employment or inflation?
Okay, I'm gonna throw my
the
stop at
September,
90.
CPI report,
That'll
we didn't
put
get
it
PPI
about 40
after that,
points in
which
profit.
is important
I'm
for
gonna try to get a
translation
trim
into
off
what
at
we look at, which is
200
PCE
on one
inflation.
more.
But we can still make a pretty good assessment of what that will be. When we get PPI, there might be some adjustments. But so directionally, it was a little softer than expected, and we always break it down into the three components. So basically, you've seen goods prices increasing, and that's really due to tariffs. And that's compared to a longer run trend of very, very mild deflation in goods. So that's moving inflation up. On the other side of that, good news that housing services inflation has been coming down and is expected to continue to come down. So if you remember a couple of years ago, that's the one that we kept expecting it to do that. Now it's been doing that for some time, and we expect to continue that. That leaves the biggest category is services other than housing services. And that's kind of been moving sideways over the last few months, but a significant part of that is non-market services.
Flat.
And we don't take a lot of signal about the tightness of
FDL.
the economy from that. So if you add all that up, a couple things to say. One is that inflation away from tariffs is actually not so far from our 2% goal. We estimate, people have different estimates of what that is, but it might be, 5 or 6 tenths, and so that, if it's 2.8, then
Yes, I can melt it.
At 200 for
not including
150
tariffs,
points.
might be 2.3 or 2.4 in that range, something like
IWM
that. So that's
not
not
even
so far
bouncing.
from your goal. So we look at that, and the thing about tariff inflation is the base case is that it will come, and it probably will increase further, but it is that it will be a one-time increase. And, we've been very focused for all of this year at making sure that that's the case and thinking carefully about what
Stop will be at
are the
100.
pathways through which it could become something else, troublesome inflation. One of those would be, a really tight labor market. We don't see that. Another could be inflation expectations moving. We don't see that. So I think, we're watching this very carefully. I think it's not the case that we're just assuming that it's going to be a one-time inflation. We understand fully that this is a risk we have to monitor and ultimately manage.
With the stubborn in services inflation, what are some of the things that the Fed could do to address that, and especially when we're seeing potentially labor supply challenges?
Sorry,
Drop a like and subscribe,
The
guys.
stubborn services.
We're like 300
inflation.
people watching.
Yeah. Well, again, the part of services inflation that isn't coming down as we would like it to is the non-market part of non-housing services. And, overall, that's just something that we expect will come down. The non-market part of it should come down. It largely reflects higher stock prices and financial services that are imputed rather than actually paid is a big part of that. But also just, we think policy
got
is
the high
still
and the low so
modestly
far.
restrictive in my telling. So that's the kind of thing that should lead to a gradually cooling.
Question is, where do we end the day?
Gradually cooling labor market is because, the
Financials down to 2%.
Fed policy is modestly restrictive. So that should
We've got
also
some very
help
big
get
tech
that.
earnings
I want to say,
tonight.
though, we're absolutely committed to returning inflation to 2%. If you look at longer-term surveys or market pricing, you will see
Microsoft,
that,
Meta, Google,
that's a credible commitment. And
Coke,
there should be
Starbucks.
no question that that's where we're going.
Amazon, Apple Coin tomorrow.
Great, thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. So there's a big investment boom in AI infrastructure right now, as you know, and wondering if the existence of such a boom would indicate that rates are not that restrictive after all. And could further rate cuts at this point perhaps fuel an excess level of investment there or market bubbles? How is the Fed thinking about that?
So I
flatten here
don't
and
think
then
that the
reinitiate a new long and back
you're
above
right,
like
there's
230,
there are
240.
a lot of data centers being built and other investments being made
Want to
around
lock
the
it
country,
in, but
around
like
the world.
I am
And big U.S. companies are
up quite a bit
just
today.
investing a
These
lot of
last two columns
resources
can like
in thinking
fucking
about how AI, which will
whatever
be
they want
based on
at
those
this
data centers, run through those data centers, is going to affect their businesses. So it's a big deal. I don't think that the spending that build data centers all over the country is especially interest sensitive. It's based on longer run. It's
I'm gonna take one more off
longer run
here into the
assessments that this is
220s.
an area
Oh
where
no,
there's
no,
going
not
to
two,
be
one.
a lot of investment and that's going to drive higher productivity and that sorts of things. I don't know how those investments will work out.
You're an animal trading this, Rizzo.
Sensitive compared to some of the other sectors.
You're
And then just a
wild.
quick follow-up. Could you
I haven't
mentioned that
taken
you
a
do
single
have that you're
position,
looking out for
guys.
inflation and growth in the absence of government data.
3 days straight.
Could you
No
give
trading.
us a sense? I think we know a lot about the
I
jobs
refilled
data
my
that's out there.
position.
Can you give us a sense of what you're looking at to track inflation
Short.
in the absence of government data? Thank you.
No.
So it's a lot of things.
This
And it
tumbles
doesn't
on-
replace government data, but you know all of these. I'll just mention some of the many names. Price Stats, Adobe, and others.
You got a couple of, no, I'm down to one.
For wage inflation, there's ADP data. On spending, you're going to ask about spending at some point. There are lots of other things that we look at, but it's many different sources, and again, including what we get out of the beige book, which will be sort of come out mid-cycle as always. And it doesn't replace the government data, but it gives us a picture. Again, I think if
long goal, 2 minutes CBC risk.
developments, I think we would pick that up. I don't think we'll be able to have the very
39.54.
granular understanding of the economy.
I like the gold bond actually a lot. I think you could catch it up to, I don't know, like 060 tonight. I was not paying attention.
Howard
to
Schneider
that.
with
IWM looks like a bear flag.
I just wanted you to elaborate a little bit on what you said a moment ago about a continued shutdown, making it more difficult to make a move in December, and that may make you more cautious. To the degree you are relying on private data that isn't the gold standard, or that
Sellers still
relying
look
on your
okay
own
on
surveys of
NQ,
the
as long as they're
beige book,
defending
do you worry at some point you're going to
we just
have to start
offered
making policy
220s,
by
230s.
This is a temporary state of affairs, and we're
Gotta
going to
flip
do our
over that
jobs.
if you want to initiate
We're gonna
longs up
collect
here.
every scrap of data
Or
we
risk
can
it down
find,
at the
evaluate
VWAPs,
it, and think
anchored
carefully about
VWAPs
it,
at like
and
130s,
that's our
140.
jobs. That's what we're going to do. If
A
you ask
little
me,
risky now.
could it affect the December meeting? I'm not saying it's going to, but yeah, you could imagine that what do you do if you're driving in the fog?
No
You
new
slow
trades
down.
for
So
me.
that
Driving
could
in the
not.
fog,
I
you
don't
slow
know how
down.
that's going to play
That's
into
an
things.
all-time line.
We may get the data may come back, but there's a possibility that it would make sense to be more cautious about moving. I'm not committing to that. I'm just saying it's certainly a possibility that you would say we really can't see, so let's slow down.
What's he saying now? I don't think I've ever seen Rizzo stand up until
We
now.
saw recently some
Yeah, it was
pretty
the
big
first time I
layoff
saw Rizzo
announcements
stand
coming
up.
from Amazon and others.
always turns
He's actually
his
wearing
head
shorts
Figured
today.
the
He's actually
discussion
wearing
also
shorts
starting
today.
to see this tension between growth and employment starting to
think
be
they'd rug it
resolved,
later.
to the detriment of employment.
Think they rug it later?
And secondly,
I
some
know.
of the stresses
Never know.
starting to appear in
Bonds are
the
moving
bottom
quite a
spur of
bit
the K,
lower.
as they call
Rates
it,
are moving up. 2
household,
years moving up
health
quite a
premiums
bit.
that are going to possibly be going up quite substantially, things like that. Has that started to become?
Because
a
that
factor in
rate
your
cut
policy
expectation
discussions?
for December was like
those are both things,
88%, and that's
that
moved
we're
down
watching
a lot.
very, very carefully.
Yeah.
To start with the layoffs, you're right. You see a significant number of companies either
Modelo
announcing
position?
that they are
Yeah, who's
not
rocking
gonna
the
be doing
Modelo
much
position
hiring,
with
or actually
him?
doing layoffs.
100% win rate.
Much of the
You guys will
time, they're
never lose
talking
with
about
that.
AI and what it can do.
100% win
So
rate. It's never
We're
lost.
watching that very carefully.
It's guaranteed.
And yes, it could absolutely have implications for job creation. We don't really see it in the
68%
initial
of
claims
88
data yet. Now, it's not a surprise that we don't. It takes some time for it to get in there, but we're watching that really carefully. But again, don't see it yet in the initial claims data. On the K-shaped economy thing, I would say the same thing. We are, if you listen to the earnings calls or the reports of
Didn't really have any sort of lungs set up down there either.
facing, many of them are saying that there's a bifurcated economy.
So I was trying to
there,
keep track,
and
but
that consumers at the lower end are struggling and
though I'm
buying less
likely
and
not
shifting
gonna try
to
and
lower
trade
cost
this.
products.
I'd
But
like
that
to
at
see
the
if they're
top,
set
people
up
are
still.
spending at the higher end
Nothing
income
for
and
me.
wealth, and so much anecdotal data on that. And so we
5 point
think
gain
there's
gold,
something
sold half at the
Um,
previous day high.
So
that was a funny comment, Serrano. I live in Florida and I'm seeing a
Edward
massive
Lawrence with,
slowdown in
Fox
construction.
Business.
Labor's cooked right
so,
now.
Mr. Chairman, I want to take another crack at the further reduction of rates is not a foregone conclusion. So in December, you said far from it. So if a cut might not be on the table
4,000 looks good
for
on
December
gold.
because
we
of lack of
gap
data,
up
what other
4,005?
concerns then stem from? So if it's not lack of data as the reason December is not a foregone conclusion, what other things could be the concern then?
Well, the perspectives of people on the committee that, we've now moved 150 basis points and that we're down into a
SoFi holding
you're
nicely.
into that range between 3 and 4, where most
I think if you get a
estimates of
swift dip
many
down to like
estimates of the neutral rate
145,
live in that 3 to 4%
150,
area.
the
You're
one
there now.
place you
You're
can
above
try.
the median
I might
number
try on
for the
some
committee,
zero
but I think there are
DTEs.
people on the committee that have higher estimates of
gold
the
went off
neutral
the
rate,
cliff.
and that's you can argue this since it can't be directly
hold this
observed,
one
the
put,
neutral
but
rate. So, I
do
think for
NDX
Where's my
some
Netflix? I'm
part of the
holding 2x
committee,
leverage Netflix right now.
it's
Where's
time
that at?
to maybe take a step back and
Is that getting cooked?
and see
I don't
whether
know.
there really are
Here we have I know a
downside
lot of
risks
people
to the
trying
labor
to
market,
listen to it, so
or
let's
see
keep the
whether,
chatter
in
to
fact,
live
the
trading
growth
until Powell's done.
that the stronger growth that we're seeing is real. Ordinarily, the labor market is a better indicator of the momentum of the economy than the spending data. That's the lore. In this case, that gives a more downbeat read. So people just have, again, we caught 50 more basis points in the last 2 meetings, and there's a sense like, from some, let's pause here, kind of thing, and a sense from others wanting to go ahead. But that's why I
About a
say
couple of the
differing
635
views,
calls, zero
strongly
DTEs.
differing views.
Yeah, so on that division, then you're talking about going forward. So what's more important in this division? Is it inflation risks? Is it
One knife bill,
employment risk? Or is there a
162.
deeper philosophy division among the board?
Look, everybody on the committee is deeply committed
Only 5
to
more.
doing the right thing to achieve our goals, maximum employment and stable prices. You have differences on how to do that. And as I mentioned, some of that is different forecasts, but a lot of it is also different risk aversions to the different variables, which is common through all Federal Reserves. People just have different risk tolerances, let's say. So that leads you to people with disparate views. You will know that from the speeches you've been listening to from my colleagues. And so we're at a
They're
place now
actually
where we have,
pricing
in
in
fact, cut
a
2
small
more times.
percentage of a hike
And,
in December.
we're
It's
150
small, but
basis
I can't
points
believe they're
closer to
pricing that in.
neutral, wherever that may be, than we were a year ago. And so there's a growing chorus now of feeling like maybe this is where we should at least wait a cycle, something like that. That's what it is. It's just what you think it would be. It's and again, you've seen it in the September Summer of Economic Projections. You've seen this in the public remarks of FOMC participants, and now I'm telling you that's what you can expect that in the minutes.
And we're giving
I'm
that
just
view
telling you
up.
that's what happened in the meeting.
Elizabeth. Thank you so much. Liz Schulze with ABC News. What is your explanation for why the job market is weakening right now, and what will this rate cut do to improve the job market?
So I think there are 2 things affecting the job market, and one of them is just a dramatic reduction in the supply of new workers. And that's 2 things. That's declining labor
I
force
think this is going to make a new low
which
a day.
is a cyclical thing. And then there's declining immigration, which is just a big policy change that actually began.
I do too. I'm
in the last
watching
administration.
IWM
Stopped my last runner
So
on NQ.
a big part of the whole story is that supply
And I
side
should
story.
probably just cut these
In addition, labor demand
QQQ
has
calls.
declined.
I only have 5 of them, but
So the unemployment
Flat the other
rate has
half
gone
of
down,
gold.
meaning that demand for workers is going down a little more than supply. So that's what's going on. But it is mostly a supply function. It's mostly a function of the change in supply.
all right, we'll
I
cut the
think,
last
and many
QQQs.
people think. So the question then is, what does
S&P
the
decliners minus
our
260
tool do, which supports
15-cent
demand?
loss per contract.
And and I would just say, when you're in a situation where job creation, if you adjust for likely
Well, don't
overcounting
pop it after I
in the way
cut
that
it.
BLS does its work, is pretty close to 0. So maximum employment doesn't, on a sustainable basis, doesn't, if you're
Don't
creating
make this
0
low a day.
jobs, if it's in equilibrium, if it's in balance, it's a pretty, as I said before, a pretty curious balance. So, I thought, and many of my colleagues thought, in fact, you've seen the last 2 meetings, that it was appropriate for us to react by supporting demand with our rates. And we've done that. We've reduced so that rates are looser. I wouldn't say that they're accommodative right now, but they're meaningfully less tight than they were. And that should help so that at least the labor market doesn't get worse. Though it's a complicated situation, and some people argue that this is supply and we really can't affect it much with our tools. but others
be
argue,
joking,
as I
right?
do, that there is an effect from demand and that we should use our tools to support the labor market when we see this happening.
You also talked about tariffs causing a one-time price increase. Should American household consumers expect that inflation will continue to go up this year because of those tariffs?
So the basic expectation is that there will be some additional increase in inflation because it takes a while for tariffs to work their way through the production chain and finally get to consumers. And we see this now from the tariffs that were put in place now many months ago. We see those effects, but if you put tariffs in effect, and they've been coming into effect consistently in, February, March, April, May, and that's all happened. That'll continue to happen for some time, probably into the spring. These are not big increases, though. These are a tenth or so on inflation. They may be big increases on a particular product that's been tariffed, but overall, these are fairly modest. I think, some projections go, we're at 2.8% inflation. You might get 2 or 3 more tenths or 4 more tenths maybe. But then, as all of the tariffs are in, they stop generating inflation. You've had a one-time price increase. As long as you're not, at least this is
I'm long
the theory,
gold
this is
again,
how
10-minute
we believe
CBC
and
risk.
hope
I'm buying
it
red.
will work out. Once the last tariff is put on something, at that point, it becomes a higher price level, but it stops going up, if you will. Prices stop going up. They'll just be at that level. And then inflation will come back down to non-tariff inflation. As I mentioned, non-tariff inflation is not so far from 2% now. Now, consumers are not interested in that story. Their prices are higher. More than that, the reason they're so unhappy about inflation is the inflation that we had in 2021, 2, and 3. Because, you can say that prices aren't going up as much, but that doesn't mean people aren't feeling those higher prices from the inflation we had 2 or 3 years ago. They are, and that's the public. If you sample people, inflation is still very much making people quite unhappy. Even, and it's nice that, that prices are not going up as fast as they were, but they're still much higher than they were. And it'll take some time for that effect to wear off. As real incomes rise, it will feel better over time, but that's going to take time.
Michael Pickey from Bloomberg Television and Radio. Do you have any concern that equity markets are or are close to being overvalued at this point?
We don't look at any one asset price and say, hey, that's wrong. It's not our job to do that. We look at the overall financial system, and we ask whether it's stable, whether it could withstand shocks, right? So, banks are well capitalized, while some households are clearly under stress. In the aggregate, households are in good shape financially, relatively manageable levels of debt. At the lower income spectrum, you are seeing rising defaults, particularly around subprime auto, but nonetheless, in the aggregate, pretty good. You don't see too much leverage in the banking system or the financial system. It's a mixed picture, but it's not an overly picture. And again, I'm not, it's not appropriate. We don't set asset prices. Markets do that.
Well, you must be well aware that by lowering interest rates, you're contributing to additional asset price increases. And I wonder how you balance the idea that lowering rates would help the labor market with the reality that it seems more likely to be stimulating increased investment in AI, which is the rationale for thousands of job cuts that have been announced in the last few weeks.
Yeah, I don't think interest rates are an important part of the AI, of the data center story. I think, people think they're great economics in building these data centers, and they're making a lot of money building them, and they think they have very high present value and all that sort of thing. It's not really about, it's not about 25 basis points here or there. We use our tools to support the labor market and to create price stability. That's what we do. That's our two jobs, right? So we're here by lowering rates at the margin, that will support demand, and that will support more hiring. And that's why we do it. Now, no 25 basis point or even 50 basis point hike is going to be a dispositive thing, but ultimately, lower rates will support more demand, and that'll support hiring over time. And of course, we also have to be careful about this, which is willing, because we know we're inflated. We know that, you know, I've told you the story. It's a complicated story, but this is the best assessment that we can make. But you know, because there's uncertainty around inflation and the path ahead for inflation, that's why we're going. That's why the pace we're going has been a careful one.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guida from Politico. On AI, I'm just wondering, you know, it seems like a lot of the economic growth that we've been seeing is fed by investments in AI. So how worried are you about what a sudden contraction in tech investment would mean for the overall economy? Is there enough strength in other sectors? And specifically, are there any lessons that you take from the 1990s in how you might approach what's happening right now?
Yeah, this is different. In the sense that the companies that are so highly valued actually have earnings and stuff like that. So if you go back to the 90s and the dot-com, these were ideas rather than companies, and you know so there's a clear bubble there. Whereas I won't go into particular names, but they actually have earnings, and you know it looks like they have business models and profits and that kind of thing. So it's really a different thing. You know, the investment we're getting in equipment and all those things that go into creating data centers and feeding the AI, it's clearly one of the big sources of growth in the economy. Consumer spending also, though, has been, you know, is much bigger than that and has been growing and has defied a lot of, you know, negative forecasts, continuing to do so this year. Consumers are still spending. Now, it may be mostly higher-end consumers, or maybe skewed that way. But the consumer is spending, and that's a big chunk of what's going on in the economy, substantially bigger than AI.
High risk, 685 put SPY.
Growth. I mean, actually,
don't shadow.
You may be growth as opposed to level, but consumer spending is a much bigger part of the economy.
And why do you think that the labor market is slowing so much, even though consumer spending is strong?
Why has it slowed so much? Well, what's happened is that the supply of workers has dropped very sharply due to mainly immigration, but also lower labor force participation. So, and that means there's less need for new jobs because there isn't this flow into the pool of labor that, you know, where people need jobs, because there aren't those people now. So there's not a supply of workers showing up for jobs. In addition, demand has also gone down, and so has labor force participation has declined, which is more of a sign, in this case, of demand as well as trend. So I think you're seeing some softening. You know, the economy's growing at a slower rate than it was, 2.4% last year. We think around 1.6% this year. It could have been a couple of tenths higher if not for the shutdown. And of course, that will reverse. But you know, you still got the economy growing at a moderate pace.
Andrew.
Hey there, Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. I wanted to ask if you could elaborate on how you think about policy in the context of the data drought. Does it make you inclined to stick with your plans as set out in September in the absence of the data that might change your mind, or does it make you inclined to proceed with added caution because of uncertainty?
Yeah, well, we'll know when we face that question, if we face that question. You know, it'll probably be argued both ways, right? But I've said a couple times here that, you know, if you really aren't getting information you really don't know, and the economy looks like it's solid and stable and hasn't really changed, you know, there will be an argument. I don't know how persuasive it will be, but there will be an argument that, you know, you slow down when you can't see as far ahead. Others may argue, I mean, I'm not sure where this argument will come up, but you're perfectly right that you could also argue, well, things haven't really changed, but you might not know that, you know. So I don't know whether we'll face this or not. I hope we don't. I hope by the time of the December meeting we're getting, you know, a better flow of data. But if we're going to have to do our jobs one way or the other.
Okay. I also just wanted to ask a FinReg question. I think several years ago you said the overall amount of capital in the system was about right. As the Fed moves forward with a revised Basel proposal, potentially changes to the GSIB surcharge, has that changed at all? Or are you planning to significantly reduce the amount of capital in the system? Thanks.
So there are discussions going on, I think, among the agencies, and I don't want to get ahead of those discussions. I continue to think that the level of capital, when I said that in 2020, was about right. And of course, there's been much capital added since then through various mechanisms. But I look forward to I know those discussions are really just getting going. They haven't come to the point where they're got a whole plan and that kind of thing. So I really don't have much to say on that.
Brian. Hi, Chairman Powell. Brian Chung with NBC News. Is the weakness in the jobs market accelerating, and who's at risk if the interest rate cuts are not the effective medicine for a further slowdown in the labor
So
market?
we do not see the weakness, as you put
Oh,
it, the
that was
weakness in the
Rizzo.
labor market
Did you see
accelerating.
Rizzo just ask this
I
question?
would say, then again, we didn't get the September employment report, payroll report, but we look at, the
Might be.
unemployment insurance claims, initial claims are reported at the state level.
Look,
and we
there
still
he
get
is.
those, and we can accumulate
It's
them and get
Rizzo.
the national number. And
Speaking
there's
of,
really,
I need a freaking
there's no
shave.
story. You can look at the
Jesus.
numbers. Same thing with the job openings we get from Indeed. There's just no story over the last 4 weeks. It's kind of stable. So you
Looking
don't
for
see
micro
anything
lower
that
low
says that the
SPY
job market
684.48.
or really any part
There's
of the economy
30%.
is making a significant deterioration. Don't see that. You see more things like I mentioned, though, which is you see big companies making announcements of either of layoffs or of the idea that they won't need to hire. Their number of employees is not expected to go up over a number of years. There may be different people working there. They say that too, but they don't need a bigger head count. So you see those kinds of things. You don't see it in the aggregate numbers. The layoff numbers have not gone up, but job creation is very low. And the job finding rate for people who are unemployed is very low. But the unemployment rate is very low as well. 4.3% is a low unemployment rate.
So as you make these cuts, is it the lower income workers that you're thinking about, or those who might have their jobs automated? Is there a particular
That we're
section
thinking
of the
of?
labor market that you're particularly?
So we can't, our tools don't allow us to target any demographic or any income level and that kind of thing. I do think.
All right,
that
40% gain, SPY
people-
puts. I sold
We
half.
saw this during the global financial crisis and the long recovery. If you have a long period of very strong labor market conditions, it benefits people at the lower end the most. But the last 2 or 3 years of that long expansion, people at the lower part of the income spectrum were getting the biggest benefits, and lots of things were happening in that space demographically, which were very constructive. And we're not at that place right now. But so, yeah, a stronger labor market is the best thing we can do for the public. It's also part of our job. It is half of our job, but it is absolutely the best thing we can do for people. Along with keeping prices stable. Those two things. Inflation also hurts people on fixed incomes more than other people.
Courtney.
Hi, Chair Powell. Courtney Brown from Axios. As you know, the 12 Reserve Bank presidents' terms are up for renewal at the end of
I've
February.
never seen Courtney spelled
I'm
like
wondering
that.
if you can give us a timeline for when the board will
Courtney.
consider those reappointments and whether we can expect everyone to be re-upped or if we can expect some changes.
So it's a process that we go through under the law. The way the law works is we have a reappointment process every 5 years for all of the reserve, each of them and all of them. We're in the middle of that process, and we're going to complete it in a timely way. And that's really all I can say.
Okay, thank you.
Dion.
Daniel Davis, Agence France Presse. You've now had dissents in 3 consecutive FOMC meetings, but in this meeting you had dissents going in both directions, and you've just mentioned there's strong disagreement over the future path of rate cuts. Have these disagreements complicated your role presiding over the FOMC meetings, and if so, how?
I wouldn't say that, no. I think you have to take what comes, and what comes right now is
IWM looks like
pretty
it's
challenging
dripping off a
situation
cliff
where
right here.
We have, first of all, we have 4.3% unemployment.
I'm
We
about
have
to
an
log
economy
into you
that's growing
again.
Close to 2%. So, overall, it's a good picture. It's a
Long
good
and
picture.
Q,
But
short
in
RTY
terms of our
pair straight.
policy, we have upside risks to inflation, downside risks to employment.
I should
and
have
this
pulled
is
the
a very
trigger in the
difficult thing for a central bank
150s.
because, you know, one of those calls for
I
rates
did
to
on
be lower,
the
one calls for rates to be higher. We can't
same
do both.
635
So we
calls,
have
and
to
I put
balance
in a
the
bid
two.
for
And
10.
so
I got
it's a
filled on
challenging
one,
thing, and
$1.68.
as we have worked our way through this process, you would expect that there would be a range of views across the committee on what to do and the speed with which we should do it. And that's what we have. That makes a lot of sense to me. All of these people are, people who take their jobs very seriously, work very hard at this, and just want to do what's right for the American people, but they have different
Yeah, I'm
views
gonna
on
get
what
long
that is.
some NQs.
And, it's an honor to work among people who
It's
care that
down
much.
to
It is, but
150.
I don't feel that it's unfair or anything like that. It's a time when we're making quite difficult judgments in real time, and I believe we'll get through this, and I think we've done sort of the right thing so far this year. I think it was appropriate for us to be careful about this. I think it would not be appropriate to just ignore or assume away the inflation issue. At the same time, I think the risk of higher, more persistent inflation has declined significantly since April. And if we do wind up resuming rate cuts at some point, we will at some point. I think we're trying to get to the end of this cycle.
7-point
with the
gain
labor market in a
gold,
good
sold
place,
half.
and with inflation, on its way to 2% or at 2%. So that's all we're trying to do, and we're doing it under, quite challenging circumstances and doing the best we can.
Go to Jennifer for the last question. Thank you so much, Chair Powell.
There's
Jennifer
our girl.
Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. Both regional and large banks have taken losses on loans given delinquencies on subprime auto loans. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon warned, when you see one cockroach, there may be more likely. I'm curious how the Fed is looking at these loan losses and if it poses risks to the financial system or the outlook for the economy. Is it a warning sign?
So, we're obviously we watch these things very carefully, credit conditions very carefully. You're right. You've seen rising defaults in subprime credit for some time now, and now you've seen a number of subprime credit,
Flat remainder gold, break even.
automobile credit institutions having significant losses, and some of those losses are now showing up on the books
And
of
he still
banks.
can't get over 230,
We're
240.
looking at it carefully. We're paying close attention. I don't see at this point a broader credit issue. It doesn't seem to be something that has very broad application across financial institutions. But we're going to be monitoring this quite carefully and making sure that is the case.
And then separately, many, you yourself have said that we're in a bifurcated economy right now with high net worth individuals continuing to spend with the lower income pulling back. How much of consumer spending continuing hinges on the stock market remaining strong? In some odd way, does the market help keep the economy buoyant?
So there's some relationship there, but remember, the more wealth someone has, the lower an additional dollar of wealth matters. So your marginal propensity to consume declines quite dramatically as you reach levels of stock market wealth. So, the stock market, it would affect spending if the stock market went down, but it wouldn't drop sharply unless there were quite a sharp drop in the in the stock market. People at the lower end of income and wealth have a much higher marginal propensity to consume of an incremental dollar of income or wealth, but they don't have the stock market wealth. So I think it's certainly a factor supporting consumption right now. But you would see it if you saw a material correction in spending. But it wouldn't be. You shouldn't think that it'll dollar for dollar stop consumption, because that wouldn't be the case. Thanks very much.
He is done. All right, get us back into the two
All right.
sections.
He's done. We're right back. TLTR is getting a pump off a creamer. Oh, we almost hit 200. So now do we pump the rest of the afternoon?
I think so.
Let's see, what's gold doing? I know Maple was all over that gold.
It's kind of just flagging here. I'm watching these 3-minute EMAs. It looks like they're respecting the break over the 20.
I think it looks good to long it tonight. Or just here into tonight, tomorrow.
You're gonna long ahead of 3 mag 7s and then Trump Shi. All right. Well,
Microsoft, Meta, Google. Oh shit.
that's what I was saying, dude. You did 3 mag 7s tonight. We're right back to where we chopped all day, though. Just like right under it. Look at tech is the strongest, SPY is a little bit weaker, and then IWM is a lot weaker.
My God, NQ, these 30s and 40s. Get through them.
Thought it was interesting how he said these companies have actual earnings, and then I checked OpenAI's earnings, which were non-existent. Now we got 30 minutes until the next. Which here's what Kingface is making a really good point here, actually. All right, so what's the next catalyst? Buy the dip. Next catalyst. Give me more good news. Microsoft, Meta, Google, Starbucks, Mercado Libre, Chipotle, ServiceNow, Carvana. This is like the Coca-Cola bottling, I think. eBay.
This is the
Oh,
biggest
it's gonna get wild after the
Breaking
close.
golden zone here. Micro pivot as well at 66. Under that, I got low day 54.7. SPY still respecting the 5-minute EMAs. You got 5-minute CBC as well. It's the only thing keeping me in the trade. I'm still looking for that mid candle golden zone break 684.48, then potentially a low day sweep.
ES is still not looking great. IWM's the one that's really concerning me because this doesn't look good at all. This looks like a bear flag. I really want to take some puts on IWM. This thing looks terrible.
Burrito number 2.
Right on the 20-day.
Speech over?
Yep.
All done, so.
Rizzo looks like he's about to be sleeping. If you didn't move, we couldn't tell.
I am about to fall asleep.
I'm going to make some tea. We have some lovely big earnings tonight.
I'm short gold again, 3-minute risk.
I'm taking some IWM puts for Friday, 242s, just in case it breaks through this level. NQ looks fine still. ES does not look as good. IWM looks like trash. Yeah, look at this 15-minute on IWM. There was some type of nuclear headline around Oklo earlier during the middle of that. It's selling off a little bit.
Gold low day test. SPY creeping lower. I got orders set right at double bottom to cover on gold.
Yeah, I grabbed those IWM puts, 242s for Friday. I think they're like $1 or something when I filled. 98 cents when I filled.
Eight-point
Yeah,
gain,
Nancy, I
gold
just want to
covered
take it to that area.
Covered a half right there.
Go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. 8 points on gold. Now we're up 10.
New low day on
We're
gold.
up
There you go.
28%.
Beautiful.
Looking for that golden zone here. 684.48.
Oh, I think you can traverse on gold and get yesterday's low. The opening print, 39.30. If you get through 50, it's another 20 points down. But it's this 50 the spot. NVM, yeah, it's either going to bounce in this area, 245, 244 area, or it's going to make a nice trip down to 240 to 240. That's what I'm counting on. All right, those of you that did DGen trade today, P&L check, give me a number in the chat. Maple stack style. 1 if you're green, 2 if you're red, 3 if you're flat, or no trade.
Yes, sir. Let's see them. 1's greens, 2's reds, 0. No trades, break even. Fat
It's
ones in
3,
the chat.
Jordan, not 0.
Oh, it's usually
Jordan,
0.
0 wasn't an option.
Well, it's usually 0. My bad.
Let's go. I got it on
My
the
bad.
screen right there.
I
if
think
you
I
need a
said 0.
guide.
Yeah, my bad.
Look at that. Maple just letting you down, Jordan. What a guy. Oh, I see a lot of 1s here. Okay.
Set them up.
A lot of
Man.
1s in the chat. Got Will sliding back in here with us. Will, I'm short small caps.
Yeah, I think that's the move. Actually, just finally got to a hotel. But yeah, I think small caps probably as we go forward are probably going to get weaker from here. Because if they're pricing in maybe they don't cut, that's a material move that was not priced this morning in the Fed Fund futures market.
Jordan, you see my hoodie I got on today? I gotta get some more. It's starting to get chilly outside. I need to get some more. We need to find out where Paper Gains makes his hoodies, because that's my favorite hoodie that I own.
It's a good hoodie.
These earnings are going to be real interesting tonight. I'll tell you that. Got a good dynamic going on today.
Here we go. SPY under the golden zone, 68.48. We're up 69%.
Let's go. It's my second favorite number.
Yeah, they're creaming the regional banks and the XLF back to the lows of the day. I think regional's making new lows in this afternoon session.
All right, 75% gain. SPY puts. I'm gonna sell a quarter here.
Beautiful trade. He made a he basically put the doubt back in on the December rate cuts. I tell you what, I am maxing out the potential of all the compute power on my desk.
Yeah, pull that up. That's interesting to look at. Go to what's it showing right now? I thought when I looked at it earlier, it was down to like 60 something.
So
flat remainder gold there in profit.
There's still
this
column is where we're at now. This 375 to 400. There's still a 56% chance of a rate cut in December. 4% chance of a hike, 39% that we hold in December now. So basically you have a 40% chance of holding here, and we'll call it a 56% chance, 57% chance of getting that next 25.
Yeah, and that earlier this morning, I looked at it before the meeting. That was like 90% that they were going to cut. So that's dropped a ton. That's a big move in the Fed Fund futures market. So that kind of sets it up, and it could set it up for January is going to move lower now and probably out to March as well. So all those numbers drop quite a bit.
Yo, pleasure making money with you guys. Let's do it again tomorrow. Catch you later.
Have a good
All right,
one,
Maple. See you tomorrow morning. Live on stream right here. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell if you want to know right when we go live. Maple, the whole crew will be on tomorrow all day. Shout out to Maple coming in, crushing it on FOMC day. Frank, are you hanging out with her in the background? I think Frankie's here.
Did you take a trade, Frank?
May have stepped away for a second. No worries.
Google back to new highs of the day.
Yeah, we got Google earnings.
Yeah,
look, Google does not care. Is this new all-time high on Google into the earnings print?
Yes, it is.
It's not usually my favorite thing to see, but NVIDIA's getting a pop back towards VWAP here, making a nice candle. It's like they're willing to buy the tech right now. They're selling small caps, buying tech. There's NVIDIA. There's Meta.
They're hitting everything but tech. Staples down a ton. Basic materials getting whacked. The regional banks. Real estate they're crushing. Obviously on rate cut expectations. Or not expectations, I should say. Retail, the retail ETF, XRT, that's another one that's getting whacked today.
You know, healthcare getting crushed too. Materials. Real estate as well. Have some implied moves for tonight. Meta, we have a rough 51-point move, plus or minus. Google, 18-point move. And Microsoft, a 26-point move. So we've got some big movers tonight, potentially for futures moves too. We want to stay after the bell. And if you're red today, it's okay. Take a step back and reassess.
Yeah, 2-year yield spiked up almost 14 basis points. So a bit, moved back to the upside. 30-year back to 4.609, and 10-year back up about 7 to 10 basis points off that swing low down there at 396.
I'm still drilling here. Breaking the 21 EMA and it broke the 20 simple. I believe the previous all-time high is like right here. Yeah, right in this area before 245, 244 and change.
Yep. So it looks like kind of a rejection of the high, that previous high now. But this move's probably going to continue in small caps because of...
Oh, we're drilling. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took some debit spreads, 23 days out on those, 240 and a 235.
You know, this was setting up, actually. I was looking at this earlier, but I noticed bonds were just trading down all morning and yields were elevated. And I kind of thought this, I don't know if I said it yesterday, me and Jordan were on, but I said, I wonder if they're going to come out, they'll cut and then talk about maybe a pause, which may catch the markets offside, especially the small caps.
I'm getting ready to take a trim on those IWM 242s for Friday. That called out.
Yeah, I will. I remember you
I'm up
mentioning
right
that
at
yesterday.
40% here. I love how many people are green in the chat, though. Shout out to all you guys crushing it. Guys, by the way, if any of you guys are taking trades, put it in the chat. If you're, if you don't want to, you don't have to, of course. But if, hey, if you're taking a trade, you want to swing at the big boys a little bit, throw it in the chat. We are considering, like, people start doing well in the chat and the audience. You may do like one day a week, one afternoon a week, bring up somebody, trade with us live. KP just digging a hole in a blown combine. I love it. Meta's getting a nice pump here. What's Google doing? Google made a new high, pulling back. Meta's getting a big pump here into the print. Just got back over 750, 752.
Microsoft's a little on the weaker side.
Microsoft's been straight sideways, literally for 5 hours.
Yeah, big gap up and then gone sideways. I think actually Microsoft tonight will probably be one of the most interesting ones, I think. Because I think they have probably the best scope for the enterprise side on the AI side of things, and what the ROI looks like. They can start to quantify it a little bit better and give more scope, I think.
MTL, we don't have like a Wolf Discord. It's people have asked us for it multiple times. I don't know when or there's thoughts being had around it, but most of the traders that you see up here have their own Discord or are part of a Discord. Jordy's in one. Me and Rizzo work in one with Minx. KC's got one. Knots has got one. Maple's got one. And a lot of us are in each other's as well. It depends
I'm
on
in
like
all of them.
your trading style. Yeah, Eva's in all of them.
So if you want to chat
Yeah.
different styles, I'm open to that.
Yeah, that's the thing. So it's like, each person has their trading style and their like bread and butter, their system, stuff like that. So just whoever you identify with the most is the best thing you can do there. Microsoft acquiring something? Zero Hash? On IWM reject. Oh yeah, Joe's got a alert bot actually in Knox's Discord as well. Forgot about Joe. You guys know Joe. He's on Spaces with us a lot. Where'd Rizzo go? MOC in 3 minutes, 13 minutes till the close. Might see some short covering, might see some weird jostling for positioning ahead of the earnings. DP, me and you both, brother. Me and you both. And there's some people absolutely crush it on days like today, but most people don't because you're not really a huge edge on it. People like Rizzo that have solid reads on levels and stuff, in their system, it works. Yo, mama. Thoughts for tomorrow, rest of the week. Yeah, so, I mean, nothing's really changed. I don't like that IWM's popping back up here. I don't want it to close above up there. Probably will. When I look at the weekly, the daily going into the rest of the week, you have a big volatile day with FOMC. You have 3 Mag 7s tonight. You have 2 more tomorrow. You have the Trump and Xi meeting tonight at 10. I think tomorrow morning could look so much different than where we're at right now. I mean, in half an hour, it could look much different. What's gold doing?
Small caps probably, to your point, could be a changer with these rate more long term, more medium term. Buy tech, sell the Russell.
Yeah, you're getting a nice pop here. We're almost back green on the S&P. We're down 1% on the Russell, and we're green by 0.3, almost 0.4. Meta's getting a nice run into the earnings print.
Yeah, Google's ripping too, 274.68.
There's the MOC.
I bet you get some rhetoric on Trump.
NVIDIA is a decent buy side, 2.6. Million shares buy side. It's the only buy side I really see.
I think Trump's going to come out and be blasting Powell about not cutting rates in December.
There's VWAP.
Yeah, Google's just ramping
Get
into
your
the
popcorn
close.
ready.
Yes, sir. Butter your popcorn. It's going to be some fun fireworks here. I think the guide and the CapEx is what it's going to all be about.
All right, I'm gonna have NQ and ES right here on the screen. Earnings right after the bell. Here, I'll tell you when we're expecting each one. Microsoft 405 expected, Meta 405 expected, and Google 403 are the expect times. That's based on previous releases. So 403 for Google, 405 for Microsoft and Meta.
For any of the anybody trading currencies or currency futures, dollar got a nice little pop here. Euro's taking a little bit lower on those rate cut expectations changing. So dollar could catch a little bit more of a bid, which probably puts pressure on gold further. I mean, ultimately, just gold just go back to that breakout down at 34.50, somewhere in that area. I mean, maybe. I'd like to be a buyer down there if we get there. I mean, we got some work to do, but I'm talking about more about that shelf down there, that 3,500 area.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't hesitate to probably buy some down there, but
we got a lot of work to do to get there. But I'm thinking bigger picture.
it's just it's so different. These moving averages on the daily. Where's GLD? Yeah, 350 on GLD is your 50-day. It's about 38.20s in that area, somewhere in there on the future contract. Thoughts on Ondas? ¿Qué Ondas way? It's actually pretty orderly here. You're losing that 50-day. I don't know. This chart doesn't excite me unless you start getting bought back up above $7.75, $8. Back over this, it looks good. Otherwise, you got to wait for like probably this. Meta to 850 would be. Whoa, that. What are these daily? Can you imagine that going to 800 today? That'd be the measured move. Isn't that what Eva? Isn't that what you said about $51 on Meta?
What?
Didn't you say $51
50
on Meta?
Yeah, 51 points either side, roughly.
All right, that would be new all-time high. All right, what do we got? 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Get your
And then
popcorn. Get
Google's
ready.
18, Microsoft's 26 points. So your biggest mover definitely Meta by far.
Market's still alive.
It is.
How was this MOC? I didn't see it yet.
Yeah, it was slightly buy side, but I don't know. What I do need to do is get ready. I
mean, in the billions.
If I was gonna lotto something here, it would not be an option. It would be a. Gosh, I don't even know.
It's such a dice roll. It is a lotto.
It would maybe Meta, maybe a Microsoft.
I think I like Meta the most, and only because Google's ramping into the print, I like it the least.
You know what? I need a 2x leverage Mercado Libre. That would be great if we could get that. All right. Well, 1 minute till the close. We do have a really smart guy, guest joining us today. What's up, Paul?
How are you, man? How's everything?
Oh, pretty good. Getting through, the FOMC volatility there, and getting ready for all these earnings that are coming out here in just a few moments. Any thoughts around Powell, the FOMC, or anything as we close out this Wednesday? Get ready for all these Mag 7, and there's more than just the Mag 7 too. There's a lot of buckets reporting, but obviously everybody's eyes: Microsoft, Meta, Google. What have you seen out there today, Paul?
So, I mean, when you think about Fed and the Powell, it's almost like he's holding a grudge. Like, he knows he's got 4 more meetings left. He used the fact that the government is shut down and he doesn't have enough data. I think he said it was like driving through the fog, right, in order to make a decision. And then he made that statement that December is not a foregone conclusion, that they're going to cut rates even more. So, there's a lot of people in the financial space, in government, that really wants him to lower rates. But he seems, pretty steadfast that he's going to do it at his own pace, and he doesn't really care what anybody says, and kind of like a stiff arm to the White House, to the administration, and to all those people that are calling for further rate cuts. And I can tell you this: if the government doesn't open up soon and he doesn't get access to more data, I think it's almost a foregone conclusion that in December he does nothing. So that will be interesting.
Yeah, we'll see. That's kind of what he said.
Yeah, and it kind of changes
Kind of what he said.
Kind of changes my viewpoint a little bit on risk assets, because I think risk assets and the market was thinking like, hey, we'd have, a more accommodative Fed going into the print. That sort of stopped today. And then, this government shutdown just seems to be putting things on pause in a lot of different places. So we'll see. I'm still optimistic. I'm still pretty bullish. And I think this week of earnings will tell us a lot. And then if you want to just look for a sign of positivity this week, just look at Jensen Huang and NVIDIA. You know, everybody tries to count on NVIDIA all the time. It's hit new highs. They're going to have troubles in China, all that stuff. But they really took a next leg up this week, getting over the $5 trillion mark. And if they're not worried about demand, then I think you come into the print with, you know, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, Google, or Alphabet, and you got to think that they're spending money. So CapEx will be high. Now, can they just show a little bit of a return on that investment?
Definitely, Paul. Great to have you joining us here. We're expecting these Google numbers here at 4:03 Eastern, based on the last time they were released. Obviously, Microsoft, Meta, they could all come out at any time. I'm going to be shouting those out, calling them out. I'm seeing a move on Google right now a little bit higher. Google is up another 2%. It's $2.80 a share. Google is reporting $2.87. What was the estimate? $232, big beat there. $102.35 billion.
Oh, wow. Look at it go.
$99 billion was the rest. That's a huge revenue beat there for Google. Okay, let me get Google up here. Google up just over 2% again after being up 2.6. We hit 284 up there. Wow. Microsoft. I have a squawker in my ear. $3.32. $3.67. Hold on. So many numbers in one. Double beat for Microsoft. I didn't hear the full numbers there. It's double beat. I didn't hear if something was big. Microsoft actually moving down.
Yeah, doesn't look like people are happy with the initial.
Google's up 4% now. Microsoft Cloud. Here in just a moment, we'll start getting all of the dig throughs on these. Yeah, Microsoft pushing down hard there, down 3%. Google up 4%.
Did they lose market share in the cloud business?
That's what I'm worried about. We'll start getting so that they're flying through those 13 apps or those 8 apps right now. Everybody was searching the Google one. Their AIs will be going this. Intelligent cloud revenue. Cloud revenue, $49.1 billion. There's something not good in that Microsoft report. Look at that, down 4%.
Yeah, they're crushing it.
Google's up over 5% though. Let's put something positive on the screen here. How about that? There we go.
Yeah, Google
new all-time high, 292. Goodness.
Yeah, Google had a huge revenue beat. Microsoft 516. Wow.
Here we go. Let me see. They're digging into this. I don't see anything that's sticking out to me in the Microsoft stuff here. Maybe it just wasn't. I mean, they beat on pretty much everything that I see so far. I don't see any. I mean, it's a slight beat, maybe just because it wasn't a blowout and it was up there. Meta's out.
Meta's, trading lower first move.
$1.05. $6. That can't be right. Their EPS is $1.05 versus 6.03.
That doesn't look
There's
good.
something way off on that Meta.
Yeah.
The revenue 51.2 beats 49.
Yeah, they're getting they're
killing it.
But that EPS number cannot be right. They did not miss $1 versus 6 unless something crazy is in there.
Unless they took some type
If
of.
they straighten that
impairment
out, you may get some dip buying.
It's certainly getting hammered.
It is definitely getting hammered. Yeah, Paul Marino from Leverage Shares hanging out with us. Got a smart guy coming on, hanging out. Appreciate you. As we get all these numbers out, we'll get some thoughts.
This is interesting to do on the fly, man, because like you can't get all the information, but that is a big move down from Meta. I mean, and with Microsoft, it's kind of like interesting to see. We'll see what the actual numbers are and how much money, how much revenue they're actually generating and earnings they're generating from their cloud investments. And then again, I want to dive into that Azure number to see like if they're losing market share, like what the deal is. But on this one, this is kind of interesting because it's getting clobbered. So
It might lose 700.
yeah, it almost sounds like
the thing that
accurate, but I don't know.
Yeah, they haven't even updated this yet here. I think everyone's trying to dig in and see because this EPS was expected in the sixes on even adjusted, non-adjusted.
I'm seeing that's correct number is $1.05, down 83% year over year.
$1.05 versus 666, 667. That is crazy.
Is that like an offset from all the investment in AI? Like, how is that even possible?
What's NVIDIA are doing? Just curious. What's
NVIDIA's flat, completely flat. NVIDIA right now. Meta down 7 something. I mean,
that's an 84% miss. That's insane.
Non-cash income tax charge of $15.93 billion. Tax rate will still be 12 to 15%. They had a non-cash income tax charge of $15.93 billion for some reason.
Wow. Oof.
Without that charge, they would have crushed 7.25 versus 6.71.
What is that?
Because of that,
what is that charge from? Like, it's going to be It's going to be an interesting earnings call to find out like where that was hiding.
Yeah, Mark.
That's a massive miss, though. Massive.
Not only massive miss, but it's like some kind of mismanagement there too. Like, how does that even happen?
Yeah, how are you that far
Anybody
off?
was curious, the futures are going back red here in the after hours. Obviously, two of those three huge names. Like Google's up 5% still. Google's literally holding this market intact.
Somebody mentioned NVIDIA before being flat. NVIDIA is just like in the corner, being quiet, like accepting all of this CapEx spending from all, like letting them battle it out.
More.
Yeah, like you guys battle it out. Just keep that CapEx number high, and we're good.
Carvana just reported. We can take a look at these. What is that? CVNA. Carvana down 12.5% on their report. Mercado Libre, I wanted to check and see. It's moving down a little 2%, not too bad. Who else reported? eBay reported. eBay down 7%. Ooh, eBay is getting destroyed, down 8.5%. Who else was reporting today? Oh, Starbucks. There you go. Starbucks got a positive reaction.
Mr. Nickel, he can't miss.
So they stole him from Chipotle, right?
Yeah. Chipotle was like one of those stocks that skyrocketed. It's actually an interesting like sort of investment thesis if you could actually turn it around for Starbucks. I don't go to Starbucks anymore unless I'm traveling, and it's the only thing there. But who knows?
I'm trying to dig into just a couple more of these numbers. Paul, do you guys have like a Mag 7 product or something, a basket product or something somewhere for these?
No, we don't have a basket product. Generally speaking, the basket products don't really do that great. And so there was a time and a place for that. And I think there's like there was interest in that for a long time. But the problem with the Mag 7 is they literally, we'd rather be more high conviction, more specific. That's why we have the 2 times leverage stuff. So, if you're big on one of these, you can get into it and you can, have high conviction and try to get a return. If you're not, the baskets just were never really attractive for us. And we didn't get a lot of investment demand for those either.
Yeah, I hear you. There's so many different things. The 2x leverage ones are the ones that I kind of gravitate to as I'm an investor, I'm a trader, but like when I find that in between, let me get away from IV and theta. Let me get some 2x exposure for maybe a continued move for a week, couple weeks, directional type of play. Let me get away from the theta.
Yeah.
That's where I really like to find some of those.
That's why I played HOOG recently. Played a little 2x leverage
Oh
hood.
yeah.
That was fun. Yeah. Just honestly, like recently, I've just not wanted to play options. That's been like that for a while. So I've been very attracted to all the leverage ETFs and been trading them a lot. And yeah, HOOG was probably the latest one.
Coinbase is getting ready to report tomorrow. We'll see what that looks like. Any of you guys have high conviction one way or the other for that?
I've liked Coinbase for a while. Coinbase. You should bring that up, Hemp.
Oh, by the way, see this name?
Coinbase. Yeah.
I love ServiceNow. It's what a great company. They crush on earnings. They're reporting today as well, and I think you'd see that move up after their earnings. I guess it's out. It's hard for me to track everything.
Yeah, this thing's been it's been consolidating here forever. The earnings did come out. I can get you those numbers real fast.
Look at that move.
Nice reaction there. Yeah, it was up as much as like 7-8%. Let me see if I can get their numbers. EPS 4.82 beats 4.27. Revenue 3.407 beats 3.353. So double beat for ServiceNow. Obviously, guidance is a big factor in a lot of this as well. And as stuff continues to trickle out here, I'll get some more of that stuff here. Chipotle is out. We just mentioned that one. Chipotle moving a little bit higher. 29 cents in line on EPS. So like a beat on the revenue. Chipotle's in one of those situations where like it's just not as bad as feared maybe, and it moves up. Kind of like Tesla did about 3 quarters ago. Seeing some of the guidance stuff get pulled out of these reports now as well. Microsoft's cloud revenue is $49 billion. That beat the estimates. That's good. I wonder what's so bad in this Microsoft report. I wonder if guidance is bad, some of these things.
That's what we talked about. We were talking about that earlier. I think the guidance is going to be really important on where these names go.
I'm seeing some of the guidance numbers starting to pull up, but I'm looking to make sure I get the estimates with it.
Last time coin dropped off on earnings. Coin has just made a lot of moves lately.
Meta's full year expenses went higher. Jordan, if you want to throw up a chart or anything too while I'm kind of digging through some of these earnings.
I don't really have anything, to be honest. I'm just watching what you're watching. But Paul, I'm curious, what are some of the highest like AUM leverage ETFs that you guys are seeing a lot of inflow in right now?
So for us, it's still UNH. UNH still gets the lion's share. We built that up to close to 300 million in a relatively quick time. So UNHG is definitely our highest holding. You mentioned one that you just dabbled in, Robinhood. So HOOG. We're seeing a lot of traction into Hoog. We're starting to see some flows into some of the CoreWeave, which is kind of interesting. It's the AI infrastructure play where we're seeing a ton of assets starting to flow into CoreWeave. So that's where we're seeing a lot of it. Obviously, for us, NVDA is a very popular name where we see lots of flows and high trading volumes on a regular basis. Tesla, and we're starting to see some on some of the crypto ETFs that we've started to launch, and more to come next week. So just a lot in the hopper.
Yeah, that CRWG with that 2x leverage CoreWeave has been doing good, and still looks, when I look at CoreWeave itself, I mean, still looks pretty bullish from what I can see. on this higher time frame. So I still like it as well. And then, yeah, Hood has been an absolute killer from that dip that we took. I took advantage of that with HOOG. That was a great move, although I don't know how much further she wants to go here. We hit a big spot and we're rejecting that area. So I'm interested to see what happens there. But that's why I love the ETFs, because I can be in and out of them, kind of using them as my swing trading vehicle, especially when the options are just a bit much, and I still want to capture a little bit of leverage, especially around earnings right now. There's a lot of implied volatility on a lot of the names that we're looking to trade, which just makes things really tough when you're trying to trade options. It just doesn't make it worth the squeeze. So that's when I really find myself diving into a lot of these levered ETFs. And obviously, if you guys are feeling risky, you can trade these after hours during earnings. I've done it a few times. It's still extremely risky, of course, but it's nice to be able to know that you can actually sell your position in after hours or in pre-market and not be susceptible to being stuck in your position until market open the next day. And that's like the worst. The amount of times I've been in earnings positions and been in that exact type of setup where you're stuck, it's the worst. Yeah, I don't do it. So
like if I really like something, I can do a 2x leverage ETF. I can buy and sell it right now. I can buy and sell it when I wake up in the morning and pre-market. I don't have to wait for the options market and get crushed. How many times have you seen a move like this happen, a conference call start, Zuckerberg jumps on here and says, oh, well, we overspent on this thing and it cost that we didn't provision for this. It's a one-time hit, but it shouldn't really affect us. Our guidance is still strong or something like that. Quells some fears and this thing comes back up, 3-4%. And you don't even, the measured move on this, we talked about earlier, was 51 points. So we're right at the tip of the measured move here at 700 because we were at 751 there at the close. So really, if this holds here and tracks back a little bit higher, the options are going to get crushed. So this is where, if you happen to be bearish on Meta, and you were in a 2x leverage, for example, just the example here, you can get out. You can lock in profit here and not have to worry about it compared to the options. And so many options available with all the different leverage tickers. You guys have got a lot of new ones out, Paul. I was looking through, what are some of these new ones? I see Bullish, BMNR, this one. Evan, Stock Market News, our buddy, he's big in BMNR, and he's been talking about looking at this one too. I see MBIS, Nebius. This has been a huge name around our spaces trading lately. That one's really interesting. NVIG that you guys have launched out here.
Yeah, we also just launched Figma, Futu. So yeah, we've got we keep growing the slate of products. By the end of the year, we'll have another 22 that are launched. We have over 150 plus filed for with the SEC, including we filed for 3x leverage products for the first time. So we'll see how that turns out. There's no guarantees that we're going to be able to launch them, but we're going to see. We believe that we could deliver 3x, with great execution. So we filed for those. So yeah, we're just keep growing the pipeline. We want to continue to put out names that people trade with high volumes, that they're interested in trading in, and that have big moves. And so if we get volatility, we get high volumes, those are the kind of names that we want to be in.
Couldn't agree more. Here's a stat of the day right here. 3.5 billion people use at least one Facebook or Meta product per day. So that's Instagram, WhatsApp, or Facebook. There's only 8.2 billion people on Earth estimated. That's over 40% of the Earth.
Yeah, there's only like 5. Yeah, but you got to narrow that down because there's only like 5 people that have internet access or something.
Internet access.
I think the number was like 72% of all people with internet access are using Meta. Like that's kind of crazy.
So when I hear like the number and like you put that into perspective a little bit and think about it, it's like, okay, even if Meta is dipping down here, probably still a buy. 200 day moving average catching back up probably still wouldn't hurt. Worst case scenario, if it keeps dipping, you can say, well, I own Meta at the 200 day moving average. I feel like more times than not, that's going to be a decent, a decent thing that you can rest well at night. But yeah, it's insane.
Meta has a big move like this. It's always been like a day or two after where you can get back in it and be pretty good. So yeah, I agree with you.
I remember this one. This was April of 2024. I remember this one. Like we had the big gap up and we gapped down on the next earnings into the gap, and then like it went sideways for a few days, and then look, right back up.
I mean, most of the numbers were pretty good. I mean, if you look at them, I mean, ad revenue was
an
up.
explanation for that charge?
It's a just one-time tax charge. That's all it shows. But revenue was up, ad revenue was up, family of apps revenue up. I mean, I think if it moves lower, it's probably a buy.
Of course.
Yeah,
One-time
I mean,
tax charge, though, like you would think that
doesn't
they'd be
change the
able to
business.
manage that better, right? Like how did they get hit that big? 15 billion it was?
15 billion. That must have been a bad accounting error somewhere. Like somebody's got to be out of a job.
Somebody's better be
Oh my
getting fired for that. That's a big error.
Yeah. They must
Well,
be
I
using
remember
tax.
Yeah, switch to tax layer next quarter. No, I remember Mercado Libre, which is one of my biggest positions. They had a one-time tax thing that hit them about 2-3 quarters ago, and the stock sold off pretty hard on it, and it came roaring back. Good, strong companies with growth, like a Meta, a one-time charge is usually going to be shaken off pretty quickly. Obviously, after the call, like Paul mentioned on the call, we should find out a little bit more about what's going on there.
I think they had a track
kinda
record
digging through
of
this.
12 of the past earnings calls they beat in revenues. 10 of the last 12 they beat in earnings. So this is like the third time in the last 13 that they've missed earnings. And there's a reason for missing the earnings, right? So if there was something wrong with the core business, that would worry me. But the fact that there's nothing wrong with the core business and that they're growing their revenue, without the charge, growing their earnings substantially. Yeah, I think this is kind of like maybe one of those times where you're getting a good entry point just based on this one-time charge. I do want to know, like, if they how this happened and why it's such a large tax charge.
Why? Yes.
I want to know, like, is it going to happen again? Like, how do we know this isn't going to happen again?
The other thing too is they guided up. It looks like they said they expect CapEx in 2026 to be notably larger than 25.
Right.
So they're still going to spend there, and the guide for the fourth quarter, I mean, was basically right in line.
Yeah.
Here I have the CapEx numbers right here from today's so far. Alphabet sees CapEx 91 billion to 93 billion. The estimate or the previous guide was 85, so that's higher for Alphabet or Google. Microsoft, including leases, 34.9, so basically 35. Their previous was 30 estimate, so that's up 5 billion there. Meta expects CapEx total growth larger. They didn't give actual numbers just yet.
So whenever I hear this during these big hyperscaler calls, I'm always like, okay, buy NVIDIA. Buy NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Buy NVIDIA. Because that's where most of the spend's going. And now that there looks like there's going to be a deal on the table with China, coming soon, like you have to think that that's going to bolster NVIDIA even more. So like whenever I hear this stuff, I'm like, NVIDIA. Oh, thank God I own NVIDIA. Thank God I've owned it for a while. And every time it hits a point where somebody starts to get me a little bit concerned because of some news or whatever, I just like sit on my hands and I walk away from my computer and I never sell it, and it never disappoints me.
Can you believe that NVDG 37% in the last 5 trading sessions?
Yeah.
It's incredible. You don't have to deal with the options. All that. Incredible. Take a look here. QQQ went back red here again. SPY's down about 0.25%, about the same. Kind of hanging. SPY's actually hanging in a little better than tech. Meta actually made a new low just now, and I'm still looking through these numbers over here. The CapEx spend seems solid though, so I like the read through so far, at least for NVIDIA, for all the hyperscaler type of things, just to continue going, at least for the next quarter. Will be very interesting in these conference calls.
Yeah, it's really interesting because like I looked at Meta and I thought about pulling the trigger at like 700 at one point when it got down a little bit when the market got hit, and then I just never made the move. But this is actually like really getting interesting now.
I'm excited for this one.
Right? I mean,
I want to. This opens up whether it's tomorrow or into next week, and if it does trade a little lower, I like to use a 3-day rule. I don't trade anything for 3 days after earnings, but I'd like to be selling, puts below the market or something, where I'd like to buy it if it drops even further. There will be some juice down there.
Yeah, you rare.
Yeah, you see the 200-day sitting right at the 200-day is really interesting right here. Some of these equal lows back in June. 678. We're almost there. We're only 10 points away, 12 points away. Yeah, I'm trying to dig into some of these numbers. You mentioned, so I pulled up Earnings Hub over here. You mentioned here's all the EPS beats. The way Earnings Hub did this, they said, okay, if you got that one-time tax charge, they actually beat 7.25 versus that 6.6667 number. So they beat without this one-time tax charge. So we'll see what they say around that. But the revenue, I mean, you just look. This is the type of company I want to continue to own for sure. When I look at this revenue graph.
I imagine Paul too during these earnings times and the high volatility times, those 2x cap accelerated ETFs are doing well. I imagine.
They're doing okay. A lot of it is about education. So that's one of the big issues that we're having: education, how they trade, what they look like after you trade them, so on and so forth. And I think one of the key components is understanding the time value when you're looking at the actual price how it's priced, and understanding that the earlier you are in the month, the further away you're going to be from that target. Even if it's going up, you're going to underperform a little bit, but that time will catch you up. So the closer you get to the strike price, that time value catches up, and then you're more reflective of the return stream of the underlying security. So we've just been trying to get out and educate people. We're starting to see a little bit of lift in them. And we think that the more people look at them, operate with them, trade them, they'll start to pick up a little bit. But, I use this volatility actually to make a personal trade in MSOO, which is the strategy capped accelerated fund, because there's been a lot of volatility in that space. You could probably say the same thing about our COIG, which is the Coinbase one coming up. The remaining cap became so attractive that I decided to get into it. And I think we continue to see some volatility. So what I'm going to do is just roll that over into the next period as we get to the end of this thing. And I'm going to continue to stay in it for the month of November and see what happens. But I think what's going to happen is, because of the volatility of strategy, you're going to have a really nice cap for the month of November.
Yeah.
And that set me up for a pretty good return.
So both of those, interestingly enough, both of those report tomorrow after the close. So a lot of people looking at Amazon and Apple, but Coinbase and Strategy both reporting after the close. Some other names: Reddit, Cloudflare, that's ticker Net, Roku, reporting tomorrow as well. But MSTR, which when I wonder what MSTRs are, I go over here to this chart and I'm like, okay, here's Strategy's earnings, Bitcoin chart. I feel like that's all I need to know.
Exactly.
Right. But Coinbase is a little bit different. We did hold that 200-day on Bitcoin. I just noticed this for the first time, that red line right there. Closed above the 20, perhaps even. Coinbase will be very interesting. Their last earnings report did not go well. They gapped down. It's filled the gap and kind of built out a little base through here. But I think their earnings maybe missed. Yeah, they had a bad EPS miss last time, and it was a double miss on Coinbase last time. Their users were down just a little bit, so it'll be interesting to see if they turn that ship back around going into this quarter. Cleveland Cliffs is offering 75 million shares. Offering on Cleveland Cliffs, it's what, CLF? I'm sure they're down. Yeah, 10% down. There's a little headline for that.
By the way, did you guys see the move in Fiserv today?
We checked that earlier this morning.
Crazy.
Nasty move.
40% got
Closed the day down 44.
Wow.
Let's see. what was their double miss?
And their
Double
guidance
miss,
was
and they
terrible.
had some really bad. Yeah, their guidance was terrible. They had some really bad commentary here. Started playing in my ear there. I'm sorry. Disappointing. This is the AI summary. Disappointing financial results.
Obviously.
Growth 1%. EPS. Oof. They reset their growth targets completely. Yeah, this is not a stock that you really want to be in. I mean, I know a trader will look at this and say, okay, give it a day or two and maybe you get a bounce. If you look back, I mean, you have to go to like a weekly at least to see what this looks like. It's pretty crazy.
That looks like a
But,
chart of
I mean, look.
1929.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
you're
took
right.
I thought you were showing us the Great Depression right there.
That's one you don't
Right,
touch
yeah.
for a while.
This is insane. You look at this. I mean, this weekly candle took out the last 7 years of price.
Yeah. So when you see something go
That's
hyperbolic like that, and then it drops down like that, there'll be a bottom, and then it'll have a reflexive rebound, and people will get in, and then it will like destroy you. So like
Yeah.
I'm with Will. I
It's a short.
that.
Yeah, the big
can't
bounce
touch
will end up
this.
being a short. That's what it'll be.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably bounce if you bounce and back test this whole consolidation here, you probably have to reshort that from a trading perspective. Well, that's disgusting.
Meta, I'm comfortable with diving in. This one, I think I'm just gonna.
It's a much different, yeah, much different scenario. We're our 200 moving average on the daily chart of Meta right now.
I got some small limit orders right at the 200. I'm gonna start little starter position.
I don't blame you actually at all.
Small legging in, and we'll see. We'll see. I mean, you can't look at Meta's numbers outside of that tax charge and say across the board the numbers are great. And if you take the tax charge away, they beat across the board, and the guide was pretty good, and the capex numbers are going up. I mean, what's really not to like other than maybe some bad accounting for one
I
quarter?
mean, all I want to know is what the hell that charge is. Like, and how did they
Right.
get? Like, why did they decide to announce it this way? Like, that just seems insane. And then the other thing is, it's really like these guys are robots. This might be a lot of algorithmic trading based on the numbers, right? So all of a sudden that number comes out and the algos start to take over and sell this thing off. You might see like a really quick rebound after you dive in.
I can't get over the other piece. Meta expects capex dollar growth notably larger in 2026. So notably is the term that they use there. They've had notable increases the last 3-6 quarters. I don't know how far you want to go back, but they've been notable increases. So the fact that they're saying that notably larger,
I think the estimate was like
crazy.
97 or something like that. So
yeah, I'm waiting to try to find the actual Meta number. I have the Google and the Microsoft numbers, which are both higher by a decent amount. I mean, Google from 85 to 91 to 93, Microsoft from 30 to 35, essentially. That's why I pulled up this NVIDIA chart right here to see, okay, what's NVIDIA doing? Of course, it's pushing back up a little bit here.
I mean, if you look at the past 2 days, right? Steady as it's been great the past 2 days, and now it's just steady, right? So remarkable return over a 2-day period. And again, like you have to think of it this way. I heard an analyst say this yesterday, and I couldn't agree anymore. Like if you're in the tech space and you're not investing in AI and you're not like trying to outspend your competitor, like you're in trouble. Like your business is going nowhere if you're a tech company. So all that said,
that's what
like NVIDIA is going to win. Like there's no way for them to lose unless like, all the chips like blow up in a fire somewhere. Like they've got to win.
And they just announced every partnership with every company yesterday at the keynote speech. I mean, they're everywhere and they're not going anywhere. The only caveat will be tonight. What is Trump and Xi? What's
I
don't make a deal.
So here's my answer to that too. So like when you think about it, what do people say about NVIDIA chips? Like every single company out there says what? I can't get enough. I want more. Like, so when you ask them about like, are you going to continue to buy NVIDIA chips? They're like, yes, If I could get more, I would buy more. I just can't get more, right? So when the whole China thing happened, I was like, oh, that's real simple. Just go to all the customers that want more and sell them those. And that's what they did, right? So there's always like an issue with supply. There's never an issue with demand, right? So if China does come back on board and they can start making more, it's just like an entirely different revenue stream. If they don't, they sell their capacity out anyway.
Right. I hope if they don't.
The numbers are great.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the numbers are great. Like he said, 500 billion over the next 6 quarters. The numbers are great. I mean, in the caveat he said, and that's without including any China. So he's telling you they're going to sell $500 billion of revenue in the next 6 quarters without China even in the equation. And I think most people would assume at some point, even if it's an older chipset or something, that China will be buying some NVIDIA chips. This is one of the rare times where there's nothing like NVIDIA, right? There's nobody's. I mean, they're trying to find other alternatives. AMD can find its lane and others can exist, but there's nobody anywhere near. I mean, what I've heard from people in the space is they're 8 to 10 years ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, and if you think about like other companies, like we talk about the big companies and their CapEx spend, but like a company like ServiceNow, it's a huge company. It's not as big as Meta, it's not as big as Alphabet, but it's a huge company, right? And what do? They do agentic AI, and they do robotic process automation and some other things, right? Like all of that is dependent on like, high quality computing, like supercomputing. So all of that stuff, they're a huge customer of NVIDIA. Like so many companies like that exist. We talk about a handful of them, but if you go through all these companies that are doing really well, like they're all using NVIDIA. Palantir was on with Jensen Huang yesterday. ServiceNow uses them. CRM uses them. Like they have an unlimited amount of capacity or demand, and then all they have to do is just keep increasing supply.
Here, if they don't make a deal with China tonight, or he says we're not allowing the chips to be sold there, I hope it sells off so we can buy it later. Buy it like Meta. Be the same type of deal if he doesn't do it.
Yeah, and there's a whisper because he just came out and complimented Trump directly by saying like the only person that could get a deal done is Trump, and so there's something going on. He's been in Washington D.C. for a few days. He had the conference in Washington D.C. I know there's like a lot of conversations. I'm pretty confident. I mean, he doesn't look stressed at all, so he looks like he's very relaxed. So I either he's the biggest liar on the planet and none of this is real, or you shouldn't really have any concerns about NVIDIA. I'm in the latter camp. Like I have zero concerns about that position.
We were on the other day. They had Dan Niles was on here and he was talking about OpenAI's current revenue and their free cash flow, and it's like they got to grow the revenue. That's going to be the biggest key. And can they do it? And how fast can they grow? Yeah,
OpenAI, but again, right now the equipment is what is really like making the money, right? Like that's where the everybody needs those chips. OpenAI has to then buy those chips, do something with it, and generate revenue. And I think you could see that across all of these hyperscalers, whether it's Meta, Microsoft, everybody's keying in on every little number. All right, you spent this much. What do I get in return? My whole thing is like, where's the spending going? To NVIDIA. As long as they can manage the business and not have like, a $15 billion one-time tax charge next quarter, like they're going to be fine.
Any thoughts on Powell's comments today on rates and obviously maybe a setback on them pausing?
I love when Powell said that this isn't the .com bubble, it's much different, which I agree with most of that statement. But the part where he said these companies have revenue, I just looked over at OpenAI's revenue and earnings, and I was like, wait a second. wait a second. Their earnings, they're burning through cash right and left. But
yeah,
it makes
lose
sense that they
billion.
are, but it's just funny the way he said that. And I was like, wait a second, OpenAI is just burning cash right and left, and they're just getting equity stakes right and left too.
Well, the good news is OpenAI is not trading on the public market, and it's not, going like that could like if that bubble bursts, like that doesn't impact anybody right now, right? But I think what he was talking about is like some of the other names that are out there that have like real businesses, real substantial revenue, real substantial earnings, and they're like the biggest companies that are buying all of this equipment. So that's kind of the way I took that. And I really don't think it's like the dot-com bubble yet. Will it get there? Yeah. Will there be like phonies that appear in the market that generally like flame out? Sure. But for the companies that we're talking about right now, there's serious infrastructure build-outs that have to happen, an architecture that has to be built out in order to make the AI sort of dream a reality. And we're still so far away from where we're ultimately going to go. So I have a lot of confidence that this is different than the tech boom, but we'll see. Will the tech bust? Internet bust.
Yeah, the boom and bust. Which that was, Powell did say something about that was more built on an idea at the time, the idea of the internet and everything. Real fast, I do want to point out 10 p.m. This is Eastern time, 10 p.m. This is the White House schedule. President participates in a bilateral meeting with President Xi of the People's Republic of China. So 11 a.m. local time for them, but it's 10 p.m. Eastern tonight for us. The other interesting thing I noticed on this, his departure is less than 2 hours later. So that meeting can't last very long. So you wonder how much do they already have worked out where the meeting's only going to last probably an hour. Then he can get over to the airport and depart, at 11:55 p.m.
I think he's got some connections. If they need to hold the plane for him, they will. But yeah,
you think so?
I don't know how much. I don't know how much is going to get done in that meeting, right? Like they're going to talk, but I think most of the work has probably been laid out. Right now, it's just them sort of coming to some kind of terms as to how they're going to move forward, how they're going to communicate this, so on and so forth. Right.
I'm sure we'll know right after with a Truth Social post.
Yeah, I know. I have a 2-month-old, so it's really good about catching overnight news right now because about every couple hours, 3 hours or so, we have a little bottle time. So I the bottle ready and I start scrolling. Okay, what's the overnight news going on? That's why I actually watched Trump last night when he arrived down there, and I cannot pronounce this. Trump even he actually pronounced it pretty decently. I cannot pronounce this city name in South Korea.
Genjo, I think.
Jeongju. I can't remember how he said it. I think it was Jeongju. Something like that was the way he
says things like, I have a very good relationship with him. I like him. He likes me. I think he likes me. That's what it said. I think he likes me.
Yeah, he always says like 3 versions of the same thing. It's so funny. He's like, great guy. I really like him. He likes me. At least I think he likes me. He should. There's no reason not to. Wow. What a guy. I know a lot of guys, a lot of great guys. This is one of them. Great guy. Solid guy. Patriotic guy.
Yeah, he brought up the Japanese prime minister on it at the Navy aircraft carrier, introduced her, and then he was like, then he brought up like how we like bombed Hiroshima, Nagasaki, but things have been good.
Yeah.
Really good since then.
They've been really good since then. That was a wild comment.
He's awesome.
Meta slowly sliding back up to 700, by the way.
Yeah, I told this is going to be a quick bounce, I think. Like, maybe tomorrow you have some because people wake up in the morning and they're like, oh my God, look at my meta, and they get out. But, like, I think it's a quick bounce.
I got some at 484, so that's where I'm at. I think it's a good spot. I'll take it down $70.
Dan Ives just came out. Some massive cloud numbers from the hyperscalers, Microsoft and Google. This is the biggest barometer for AI demand and enterprise demand. All the rest of this knee-jerk reactions, it's noise. This is validation for the tech bull thesis, which Dan Ives he's always bullish, but it's a solid point when you look at those cloud numbers and you think about, okay, they're going to have to continue building all this stuff out. That means they're going to continue to spend. That means NVIDIA is going to continue to make money there as well from that angle. So
Look, NVIDIA was down last quarter after their earnings, and their earnings were great. I think it was like a triple beat, right? And look where it is today. Like, so I tend to agree with some of these like unstoppable tech hyperscalers. Like, you get a move like this, you have to really think about getting in.
Any other, Paul? Any other thoughts on the breadth in the market? I mean, you look at a lot of the other sectors today got hammered besides tech. Financials were weak. Some of the regional banks, IWM was weak in the small cap space. What do you think?
I don't think financials are weak. It really just depends on what financials you're looking at. So for us, like, we like the largest financial institutions in the world, right? Like, they can adapt to anything. They have, you know, interconnectivity. They're less interest rate sensitive. So we like the big banks and the largest financial institutions. So I think you have to separate that out. I think there's a little choppiness with some of the regional stuff that's going on. The comment made by Jamie Dimon, you know, where there's one cockroach, there's usually more. I mean, I think like people are starting to look and see what they have to be careful of. But from my perspective, you know, you still have great opportunities. Some companies like Citigroup that are, you know, trading below, like, you know, below their category. Like, you know, you've really got a good opportunity because they've really turned the business around. You know, a lot of people would say like JP Morgan is, you know, I think it's trading, you know, 3 times book or something like that, but it's, you know, it's a behemoth. It's a giant. It continues to grow. So we like the large financials. And so anything that happens there, we think is an opportunity to get in. Trees don't grow to the sky. Nothing goes up in a linear fashion. So if you get dips there, we think that's great. But yeah, I mean, the breadth of the market, let's face it, a lot of that is focused on a handful of names that really drive the markets up. And, you know, we'll see how that goes. You know, I think with the government shutdown as well, and with, you know, some of the stuff that's happening, you know, with the trade talks that like spooked investors, I think like, you know, that caused a little bit of fear and a little bit of anxiety. But once the markets start to get to gain breadth and gain volume up, I think you're going to see, and I said this the other day, I wrote it in my newsletter. I think what you're going to see is, you know, new highs going into the close. And I think the one other interesting thing that I'll say is, like, even though the Fed was constructive today, lowered interest rates, but like really was, like I said, giving a Heisman to the administration and trying to let people know that there might not be another rate cut. You know, it's not definite that there's going to be another rate cut in December, and perhaps there won't be. I think the interesting thing is the market didn't really overreact to that. And it didn't get, you know, super scared off. And so I think we're finally starting to get to a place where we can see that this massive innovation in technology, this, you know, massive innovation with blockchain and crypto is like two real changes in the paradigm of how the markets are going to work. And I think that is making them more confident that this is more than just, you know, a flash in the pan type of move up, that it's more than just a bubble, that we've got a long way to go. So that's what I kind of feel about the markets right now. Might happen slower into the end of the year than I wanted. I thought there would be a bigger move into the end of the year, and there still might be. But I think that I think I'm very constructive on the broader markets and where we're headed.
It's interesting you mentioned the big banks. Wells Fargo is almost hit an all-time high today. It's right there at all-time high. JP Morgan, it's been kind of pulling back and kind of breaking out of this downtrend, this little flag type of setup here. Like those two guys, I mean, you think about the big banks still strong,
yeah.
Bank of America.
Long-term trend still intact.
Yeah, right there. Look at that.
Yeah.
Right up there at all-time highs. So
stick to the big
hear you on that. I want to ask
regionals.
Yeah, stay away from the regionals, right? Chatting here with Paul from Leverage Shares. We really appreciate him joining us today, guys. Make sure you check out all the different things over at leverageshares.com. A lot of great products for us retail traders. Paul, I want to ask you about gold. This one's coming from the crowd here a little bit as well. What are your suggestions on GLD or gold? Boy, $1 million question, I think. Kind of a tough question. When you look at this meteoric rise, I mean, you had this crazy consolidation that just flew out, and then obviously, it's resetting just a little bit here. Any thoughts around gold, Paul?
Yeah, man. I wrote about this in my newsletter as well. Thoughts on themes. We publish it every week, just about every week. My thought was you had this little consolidation in gold going. Then you had the pop because everybody got scared, and all of a sudden gold was the answer. You had all these experts coming out saying, it should be like, 25, 40% of your portfolio. All of a sudden gold should be like, this big piece of your portfolio. And everybody pounded in. I mean, I literally even had my girlfriend call me and be like, hey, should I buy gold? Should I buy silver? And I was like, just relax. Like, you don't need to add any more to anything. And I wrote that soon as some of the nervousness and anxiety came out of the market, I thought that you would have a little bit of a correction in gold. And like, that's what's actually happened. So, I think like as risk comes back on and into the market, people will get less constructive on gold. I also think it ran out a little bit ahead of its skis. That said, long-term picture for gold as a reserve, as a store of value, and as a way to sort of get away from fiat currencies, there's always going to be a market for that. But I don't want people to chase it. And you can see that that's what's basically happened. People chased it. You have this move down. Again, after you have that move down, you might get a reflexive rebound, and everybody might try to jump back on board. But I think gold will probably, settle down a little bit further than where it is from here. And I'd like to see it hit a firm base. And then once it hits a firm base, like reconsider. Because I do think ultimately, the price of gold will go higher as the value of currencies around the globe get weaker. And I also like the miners. I think the miners are in a good position to be profitable no matter, what the conditions are. So while it will move in tandem with gold a little bit, they're very profitable, and they have arranged their businesses, at $1,300 an ounce. And so we're way above that. I don't think we're ever going to fall back down to that again. And their business are structured in a way that they can, do very well with the high price of gold. We can even throw our ticker on the screen. We have AUMI, AUMI, which is our gold miners ETF. And what you'll see is like just stellar, crazy performance.
It's funny because I was like, I know you guys have one. It's over in the thematic one though, and I was like, okay, let me get it loaded up and get over there. And that's what I was doing on my on my other tab over here. This AUMI right here.
It doesn't show the performance on the website, but if you look at the performance, it's been pretty stellar. It's taking a move down right now, but yeah, look at that move.
This is incredible. I mean, what is it year to date? 116% year to date. Goodness gracious. What a return. I mean, you think of your 3-year return, the 3-year and 5-year return. Oh, I guess it's because of inception, right?
That's why I say be constructive on gold. Because if you go back to where, when gold was going sideways, right? Nobody wanted to be in it, right? This is literally like, if you look at all bubbles that have ever happened in the world, like that's what they look like. You could literally take, again, the 1929 bubble and like put it over that, and it'll be like the exact same move. This hyperbolic move up, this move down, reflexive rebound, and then another move down. So all I'm saying is at these levels, just be very careful because
the outperformance.
But
I put this. This is just GLD, just the spot gold trust ETF, compared to this AUMI from you guys, the gold miners. The gold miners. I mean, that's a massive outperformance.
Yeah,
the GLD basically.
I was just going to say that's why we think like getting into miners at a time where it's making big moves, like they're better positioned for profitability. Gold is literally just up or down, but they have the ability to generate profits even if gold consolidates a little bit here and finds a bottom.
All right, MORN. I don't know that ticker. Morningstar. Some kind of buyback, something on Morningstar. I'm not familiar with them as much. They're in that investment group that's getting killed the last few days. All right, well, I think we're in a pretty good spot here. Paul, any last thoughts, market thoughts, comments, or anything around leverage shares that you want to make sure and mention before we close out the stream today?
No, we just want to thank the people who are subscribed to Wolf, and we love your membership. We love the people that are on these calls. So we're really thankful to work with you guys, and appreciate the time.
We appreciate you coming on, sharing the thoughts, Paul. And boy, what a great day on the stream here. We've there's still well over 200 plus, I think, watching us right now live, even an hour after the market's already closed. So people still hanging on to all the different thoughts here. Appreciate Paul from Leverage Shares joining us. Make sure you do go to leverageshares.com. Check out all the different things that they've got over there. And while you're there, click on the thematic ones as well. There's so many buckets over there. I forgot I clicked on that tab, but it's right here is that tab. But go to leverageshares.com. You can see all these different offerings for us, for the retail community. Paul, we appreciate you building out things like this for us, and appreciate everyone that tuned in today. Jordan, Will, hanging out with us here till the end. Jordan, any thoughts from you as we close up here?
Nah, always a pleasure. I'm going to continue to trade a lot of your tickers, so we're going to try and keep making money off of them.
Thanks very much. Hope you do really well.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate you, Paul.
Thanks, brother. Take care, guys.
Take care.
All right, Paul, take care.
Bye.
Well,
Will, we appreciate you hanging out here till the end as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's going to be another fun one.
Another day.
Another two
Oh,
big days.
man.
I didn't take any trades again.
It's all right.
Well,
Tomorrow I think will be opportunity.
Yeah.
I'm ready for like Friday.
Yeah.
Give me Friday. I don't want the weekend. I want Friday. I want to get through I want to get through the Trump thing tonight. I want to get through Amazon and Apple tomorrow and some of the other buckets. And then I'll start to be more excited about trading. It'll be interesting to see what the overnight does tonight with all this going on. Obviously the Trump and Xi stuff going on, but then you've got Meta and Microsoft here, both red. Microsoft down 3%, Meta down 7.8%, Google up 4.8%, almost 5%. Nvidia's up about 0.5% too. I was kind of looking through Amazon. What's Amazon doing? Because a lot of times you get the read through on the cloud data.
Nothing.
Amazon down a little bit, 0.73 here after the close, but right there, right at the lows of the day where we were today, either way. So let's, Tommy says MSTR is going, but the chart on MSTR does look just absolutely terrible. I mean,
That's an ugly looking
pull it
chart.
up.
I mean,
It's one
maybe
of the worst charts.
maybe those lows in the 230 area, that 230, 235. I mean, there's really not a lot of support between here and there.
I would not be surprised. You think about the next kind of correction in crypto, you could have a 50% drawdown here easily in MSTR.
That's even the broader question. Crypto,
Boy,
Bitcoin needs to get going. It's got to make a decision here. We've been bouncing back and forth the last week or two and really have gone nowhere.
keeps holding the 200-day.
Yep.
Keeps holding the 200-day. Which is interesting. It did, it's on track to close above, the 20-day still, even though it had that big bottom wick on it. So it's interesting. It's in a big consolidation, huge volume point of control right in that area as well. This is kind of what it did before. When I look at this looks really similar to this.
Yep.
So we'll see. It looks pretty similar to me. But it could be we could get one of these things again, right? Where it just continues and continues and continues to pull back forever. I remember this was early last year, 2024? Yeah, March. 6 month kind of just flag that built out forever, just slow trickle, and then the explosive move out. So we'll see what happens there. Futures just closed, and I appreciate everyone tuning in today. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. Turn on the notifications if you want to know every time we go live, because we have multiple different live streams going on all the time now. We're working on getting more interviews and stuff as well. We try to bring on smart people. Obviously, you guys know all the traders and stuff we bring on, but trying to bring on other smart people and stuff as well. I believe our friend Larry Hostile Charts joining us tomorrow afternoon. If you guys remember NASA and Sully from Friday, they're coming back on this Friday with us. A lot of a lot of things happening behind the scenes. That's actually why I'm gonna go ahead and close this out here, because me and Jordan have some stuff to get to here before too long behind the scenes. So, well, we're gonna get, and I appreciate everyone. Great stream today, guys.
Peace, everybody. Have
Shout
a
out
good
to
night.
the crew.
My internet's trying to. Yeah, my internet's trying to run out right now. it's like tapped
Perfect
out.
timing.
My Mac is like on fire. Yep.
Have a good
All
night,
right, guys.
everybody. Till tomorrow.
Peace
Take
out,
care.
y'all.
We'll see you guys tomorrow.